believe. And this is not who we are, and this is not who we are supposed to be. Fear and intimidation are being used as tools of governance. When mass agents enter neighborhoods, they install fear. It makes every community less safe, and a system built on fear and force is fundamentally at odds with American democracy. This is not about public safety, it's about control. Enforcement budgets grow while everyday people struggle to afford health care, housing, groceries, and childcare. Here in Texas, we are also facing deep challenges in our education system. Our underfunded schools, overworked teachers, and policies that are failing to prepare our next generation of leaders. A government that truly cared about its people would invest in their futures, not in systems that divide, destabilize, and criminalize. We are also living through a time of intense social polarization. We are being pushed farther apart politically, culturally, and socially until it feels like we are no longer neighbors, but enemies. That division weakens us, and it's purposeful. It makes it easier for powers to go unchecked, and it's not accidental. It is useful to those who benefit for keeping us distracted, divided, and disconnected with each other. This has gone too far. This moment goes beyond ordinary political differences. We are witnessing actions that challenge democratic norms, families torn apart, people detained under inhuman conditions, and vital services being stripped away while enormous benefits are handed to the wealthiest few. This is unacceptable for anyone who believes in me. This moment is yours. History shows us that real
All right, it looks like we lost audio there, but that was a teacher speaking here at the Denton No Kings protest. And just some of the things that I want to highlight that she mentioned is she did say that she was a teacher and that she was fired for making comments about Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated back in September of 2025 over at Utah Valley University while speaking at an event there. She says teachers are being silenced, but she also mentioned, hate crimes and division and that people are being targeted for who they are. And that's what you're going to mostly hear throughout the No Kings protest happening throughout the Metroplex. People are protesting against the Trump administration and its policies. They've been talking about, obviously, ICE and as well as the war with Iran as well, and just encouraging people to get out there and register to vote as we have a runoff here in May and then leading into the November midterm election. So here is another live look over in South Lake this morning. It looks like protesters are speaking there. Our audio seems like it's a little bit off, so bear with us right there, but you can see lots of people there in South Lake protesting there. So again, this is now another look over back in Denton where that teacher again is speaking there. She mentioned how she was fired for making comments about Charlie Kirk. So she's continuing to speak there and advocating for teachers and so forth over in Denton. But hang tight. We are going to get more footage from all the protests happening throughout the Metroplex as well as get our audio back up there as well. So hang tight. We'll be right back after the break. right, welcome back to Fox Local here. I'm Ticia Muzinga. We showed you live pics over in Denton at the No Kings protest, which is on the top left of your screen right now. And now we're going to turn things over to the 2026 Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC, over in Grapevine. It looks like Florida Senator Rick Scott is speaking right now, so let's tune in.
The only time I beat Rick Perry was the 2 years after he left. But we added 1.7 million jobs, and we became, with Texas, the two states that everybody wanted to move to because we had great economies. But guess what? Great economies don't last forever. You have to keep cutting taxes. You have to keep cutting regulation. You got to keep the cost of living low. You've got to encourage businesses all the time to come to your states. You've got to support the small businesses because that's the lifeblood of this country, because it creates opportunities for all of our families. It takes work. Don't waste people's money. Money you don't have. You probably have to piss off a bunch of special interests and big companies that want to take all your money. They want government handouts. But this is what Trump's trying to do. He wants to build the greatest economy ever again. He knows that you have to constantly fight for the American dream. Because guess who comes along? People like Joe Biden and Barack Obama, who hate small businesses. They hate capitalism. They think government is the solution, not the problem. We know government is the problem, not the solution. Unfortunately, under the Biden years, we lost jobs. Right now in Florida, we've been losing jobs. The cost of living has gone up, the cost of housing's up, the cost of insurance is up, so it's very unaffordable. But guess who's working their butt off to fix it? President Trump. He's working every darn day. Now, if you get elected, you have to be vigilant. You have to do what Trump does. That guy is an Energizer bunny, works every darn day. And you have to fight every day because great nations don't automatically last forever. It's incumbent on all of us in Congress to help the president deliver. He's got to deliver now because these jobs are fleeting. Think about it. He only has, 2 years and 8 or 9 months to go? We got to balance the budget. We got to cut taxes. We got to limit all the fraud. That's almost every federal government program is full of fraud. And we got to get rid of all the crazy size of the federal government, all these regulations that take away our freedom. We need more freedom. We need less government. It's all doable. Trump's doing it. We did it when I was governor of Florida. We've got to throw out the filibuster so we can get all of Trump's agenda done this year. So let me just close with this. If you see a problem, who caused it? Government. Government probably caused most of your problems. Every place that Washington has gotten involved, it hurts your life, and it takes away your freedom. It hurts you. We have to fight for freedom every day. We don't need new laws that take away our freedom. Big government has made the cost of living explode. And think about it. Trump is busting his butt to get the costs down, but it's awfully hard when you have the inflation under the Biden years. So on top of what the Biden administration and Obama raising the cost of living, they just take away freedom after freedom after freedom. And they take away your chance and all of our families' chance to live the American dream. So, Trump's fighting on inflation, but who's causing it? Government spending. Trump doesn't get to pass the budget, Congress does. The healthcare system is way too expensive. It's caused by government. Housing, childcare, almost everything is more expensive because of government. So how do we solve these problems? Stop asking government to fix it and get government the hell out of our lives. Now, we have to win in November. We have to win in November. We have great candidates who are up in November who believe in less government and more freedom. And they're running on Trump's agenda. We've got to make sure we bust our butt. So I love coming to CPAC because what you want to be is around people like you that care about this country and will put the effort in. I tell everybody, you have to work harder and harder and harder, but it is all doable. So let me finish by, I'm very appreciative to be invited here. I'm very appreciative of your support. God bless every one of you. God bless our country, and God bless our military that is fighting for freedom. Bye-bye.
You were just listening to Florida Senator Rick Scott speaking right there here on Fox Local here at the CPAC that's happening in Grapevine, saying things like great economies don't last forever, and that can be done by cutting taxes, supporting small businesses. He also targeted former President Joe Biden and Barack Obama, highlighting the inflation that we saw here about prices going up during their presidency, how everything's expensive, and highlighting also the November midterm election, saying that we must win as the Republican side. So that's happening in Grapevine at the CPAC as it's drawn thousands of people there to listen to those speakers talk. So before we heard Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins speaking, and that was Florida Senator Rick Scott speaking as well. So we're going to monitor that situation there over in Grapevine, as well as the No Kings protests happening throughout the Metroplex. So this is what we're seeing right now here in Denton. It looks like a performance is underway right now. So hang tight. We're going to have more on what's happening around the Metroplex in just a second. Back. I'm TC Muzinga here on Fox Local as we continue to monitor all the No Kings protests happening throughout the country. And what you're looking at right now is scenes over in Philadelphia. So you can see Thousands of protesters hitting the streets right now to participate in the No Kings protests against the Trump administration, of course, and its policies. Now, this began not too long ago, according to the event forum online that you can find there. And so these protesters are expected to march down Ben Franklin Parkway. And then the speeches began around 1:15, 1:30 at the intersection of Ben Franklin Parkway and 22nd Street. So you can see all of the people out there in the streets. That's happening right here, right now in Philadelphia as we are speaking. But let's turn things over to North Texas. So here is another look over in Denton right now as another organizer is speaking. They just got the mic right now, so let's tune in and see what this gentleman has to say.
Guys. Okay, so I want to begin my statement here by getting a little crowd participation. I want to ask you guys, who here among us is human? So I've been watching The Good Place a lot lately with my wife. It's the first time she's ever seen it. If you've never seen it, this is your homework assignment. Go watch The Good Place. It's a banger. But it set out to ask a question that is very profound and near and dear to my heart. What do we owe to each other? To answer that, I want to, commit a bit of a sin. I'm going to ask a question with a question. Who determines your humanity? I watched a video recently about the last times in history people were reduced to objects or animals. It's called Dehumanization. Merriam-Webster defines it as depriving someone or something of human qualities, personality, or dignity. An example posted in the video was the Rwandan genocide of 1994, where 520,000 to 702,000 Tutsi were murdered over 100 days due to racial tensions and civil war in the region at the time. American propaganda distributed after the bombing of Pearl Harbor in 1941 depicted Japanese people as roaches with buck teeth. The Marine Corps were described as being especially trained in combating this type of pestilence, and Tokyo was referred to as a breeding ground that must be annihilated. This sort of dehumanizing language is not new if you've been paying attention. Our leaders have always been very comfortable using it to describe marginalized communities, whether at home or abroad. And because we're constantly being bombarded by new and terrible information, you might not have even noticed. I don't know if you ever heard the term dog whistles, but usually only dogs can hear those whistles. Terms like alien and illegal are now unfortunately colloquial with referring to immigrants, whether they've come the right way or not, quotation marks. In Kansas, just earlier this month, overnight, the state government there invalidated trans people's driver's licenses, in some cases if they never even changed their gender marker at all. It is acts like this that rob people of their humanity. It is not just calling names or slurs anymore. It is legislative moves and acts of power that strip groups of their personhood. It is much easier to justify the arrest of an illegal alien and throw him in some detention center with subpar conditions than to arrest Juan Montoya Utreras, who's lived here for 50 years, never broken the law beyond maybe a speeding ticket, has a neighborhood business and a large family waiting for them at home. It is so much easier to throw a trans person in jail for just being something that you don't understand when you never saw them as a person to begin with. So what do we owe to each other? I argue we owe each other our humanity. And for that, you need to care about other people. People should get the chance to realize their own happiness, but not at the expense of others. And if you take anything away from my words today, please take these next ones to heart. There are no good ones. Free yourself of the idea of perfection. There are just people, perfect or imperfect. There are candidates, perfect or imperfect. Everyone is a person and they deserve humanity. Yes, even that person you just thought about. Dehumanization is not a rational thought process because it falls apart when you start to compare the target of dehumanization to other humans. You'll find it's largely conditional, it's subjective. You cannot rely on a person whose worldview and view of others is conditional on things that are unalienable. I saw some signs out here that said, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If you don't believe that I deserve that, we can't talk. Water, a home, safety. For example, when racists say things like, you're one of the good ones to minorities. Of course, no single person in the world is a monolith, but what makes you a good one versus the next minority they know? Is it simply friendship, the proximity to approval? What happens when you disagree on something or have an interpersonal conflict? Are you no longer one of the good ones? And what made them judge, jury, and executioner in the first place? If my right to being a human is conditional, we cannot have a human conversation. Hatred needs hierarchy. There is always someone to be lesser than, and there's always someone to be better than you. Fascism needs someone to bully and look down on, to say they are not human. Lyndon B. Johnson once stated, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Shit. He'll give him someone to look down on, he'll empty your pockets for you. I recently learned the term moral disengagement. It's described as a cognitive function where a person convinces themselves that ethical standards no longer apply in any situation. It allows them to separate their internal moral compass from their harmful actions, removing their guilt about those actions. So Eva Lise Karlstrom asked an important question. How do we win against evil when they have all the tools and all the weapons and will justify any action without moral ground? When they have settled so deeply into moral disengagement that they don't care about anything anymore. You know who I'm talking about. I'm going to bring it back to the good place. Chidi Anagonye put it best. He was a moral philosophy professor in the show. He says, why choose to be good every day if there is no guaranteed reward we can count on now or in the afterlife? I argue that we choose to be good because of our bond with other people and our innate desire to treat them with dignity. Simply put, we are not in this alone. Caring about other people creates trust. Trust creates collaboration. You don't have to watch your own back when you're not living selfishly. Now is the time in history to speak up when injustice happens. Dehumanization happens loudly when others are quiet. Fighting fascism and hatred takes consistency. It's going to be a long fight, y'all. It really is. But we're going to have to do this every single day until things change. I mean, speak up. Get loud. I genuinely believe with my whole heart that we can get rights for everybody in this crowd and beyond. Nothing taken away just for some understanding or, not getting who this person is. Fascism and hatred breeds when you don't understand other people, when you fill in the gaps with hatred. This change is going to be uncomfortable, but it's going to take all of us. But you got to start somewhere, and if you can't start big, start small. Boycott, divest your money. It's easy to not spend it all other places. Spotify, ChatGPT, Gemini, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, start there. Not spending your money at places that are voting to make your life worse will satisfy us all in the long run. And I know there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, but we can damn sure try. You're going to need to get okay with being uncomfortable, because I promise you the discomfort that we are all headed for, if we just keep letting things go the way, it'll be much worse. It'll be so much worse. Make the choice to be better. Love your fellow man before we don't get a choice. I believe in a better future for all of us, and we'll do it for each other, because regardless of what a culture war says, what the fascists in power want for everyone, there are way more of us than them, and they fucking know that. They want us hating each other. They want us uneducated. People can't pay their bills, going hungry while we argue what defines a woman or a man. Are we serious? They are counting on keeping us divided, but I could have sworn that we are one American people. For better or for worse. Read, write, be creative right now. They don't want you doing that. And speaking as a trans man, If you have a trans person in your life, if you have an immigrant, anybody being targeted by this administration, now is the time to love them loudly, love them publicly, love them until you're tired, and then love them after that. I'd like to end my statement today by reading the poem that's inscribed on the Statue of Liberty, which, if you didn't know, during Trump's first administration, there was someone who tried to get that removed and argued that it's not about immigration. But I want to know y'all's opinion. So I'm going to read this, and you tell me what you think, okay? This poem is called The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here, at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep ancient lands your storied pomp, cries she, with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Thank you for your time.
Everybody give a great big thank you to Octavia. All right, real quick, if I could have everybody's attention. Eyes up, ears open. If Jenny Lee Crown is still present on the square, please come to the front steps right here. I have your driver's license. Jenny Lee Crown, please come to the front steps if you're still here.
All right, that we just heard a speaker there over at the No Kings protest in Denton just wrapped up there, and they're continuing their opening remarks and ceremonies over there. But let's go ahead and take another look at another protest happening. This is over in Dallas, and you can see there's a protest happening right now outside of the city hall right there. So this is all a scene from our helicopter, and you can see some people out there right now. And by the way, in October, that protest drew more than 3,000 people to downtown Dallas. So those people that are planning to protest in Dallas, again, this is outside of the city hall. They're expected to continue to meet up there in that area as well. You can see another look over outside of the city hall where that protest is underway. But hang tight, we're going to have more of the No Kings protest happening throughout the Metroplex after the break. All right, welcome back. Here is another look at the top of your screen on the left side. That is the No Kings protest that is getting underway right now outside of City Hall. And then we're turning things over to CPAC happening in Grapevine, and it looks like Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the late Shah, he is speaking right now at the convention. So let's tune in and hear what he has to say.
Terrorists cannot be trusted to bring peace. If they are left in place, they will bring only more of the instability, chaos, and destruction they have brought for 47 years. They are not pragmatists. They are thugs. They are not deal makers. They are agents of chaos. But the other path, the path which finishes the job once and for all, will leave a legacy of peace and prosperity that historians and scriptwriters could only dream of. That legacy will belong to the heroic people of Iran and to the only president of the United States who had the courage and the character to see this mission through. Today, that is the precipice on which we stand, the precipice of true greatness. Iranians are ready to play their part. The final blow will be delivered by the people of Iran themselves. They are already on the ground, and they have already demonstrated their extraordinary courage. They are ready to fight again, but they must be given the chance to do so. As President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and myself have urged, they are taking shelter while the bombs are falling. But when the right moment arrives, as in January, I will call on them to rise up again. And when they do, I have no doubt they will put an end to the dark chapter of the Islamic Republic once and for all, and reclaim their homeland, their dignity, and their future. But bringing down a regime is only the beginning. What matters next is whether the nation can unite around a leader with broad legitimacy. Across Iran and throughout the diaspora, millions of Iranians have called on me to lead the transition to democracy. Thank you. I have accepted that call, not to serve myself. I have accepted that call not to serve myself, but to serve my nation and my people. In recent years, I have unified a broad coalition of dissidents, Republicans and monarchists, left and right, men and women of all ages, religions, and ethnicities. Even people who were former political opponents have joined the movement to free Iran under my leadership. Equally important, Iran's armed forces and bureaucracy will follow me. Thousands of the regime's military officials, some very senior, have signed their readiness to join me through a digital defection platform my team established several months ago. Many of these officials have refused to obey the orders to kill civilians during the January uprising. That's why the IRGC had to import thugs from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Lebanon to do the dirty work. With my leadership, they and others who don't have blood on their hands will play a role in stabilizing the country during the transition. Iran is not Iraq. We will not repeat the catastrophic mistake of de-Baathification. There will be no dissolution of bureaucratic institutions, no power vacuum, no chaos. The transition will be orderly, and my team of experts have produced a detailed plan called the Iran Prosperity Project, or IPP. This is a roadmap for national recovery, including the first 100 days after the regime's collapse and the long-term reconstruction and stabilization of our country. What we ask of America now is simple: stay the course. Do not throw this crumbling regime a lifeline. Pave the way for the Iranian people to finish the job. Because freedom is not an American story alone. It is the story of all people who refuse to live on their knees. It is the story America wrote in 1776. And today, it is the story the Iranian people are writing with their courage and sacrifice. We prefer to die standing than to live kneeling. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, 2026 marks the 250th birthday of the United States. It is my hope and my belief that history will also remember 2026 as the year of Iran's rebirth. What my people are fighting for is the rebirth of our 2,500-year-old civilization. When the black page of the illegitimate Islamic regime is turned, that is the transition and heritage to which Iran will return. So in 2026, our two nations are reaching for a new chapter, both determined to be great. President Trump rightly observed that the Iranian people are the Iranian regime's longest suffering victims. He told them, the hour of your freedom is at hand, and they are already ready to meet this moment. The Iran story is not yet finished. Great civilizations outlast even the most vicious occupiers. With your help, and with the courage, sacrifice, and heroism of Iran's greatest youth, our best, latest chapter is being written right now. When it is done, a free and democratic Iran will stand alongside the United States as a partner, an ally, and a friend. Thank you. President Trump, thank you. President Trump is making America great again. I intend to make Iran great again. So, together with my brave compatriots, That is exactly what we will do. Thank you. God bless America and lovely Iran.
All right, you were just listening to Reza Pahlavi speaking there at CPAC. He praised Trump's work to give people in Iran freedom. Again, you know, U.S. and Israel, that strike happened in February 28th, so about a month ago. Operation Epic Fury killing former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who led the country since 1989, and Khamenei's son Mujtaba took over on March 8th. Here, he made his case to lead Tehran, but again, President Trump, we have reported that he has previously said that he wants someone else to take over, but there are protesters outside the CPAC convention over in Grapevine who have said that they wanted Pahlavi to run. So that's what you all heard right there, just to give you a quick recap. Now, it looks like the No Kings protest in Dallas outside of City Hall is getting underway right now, so we're going to tune in and hear what organizers have to say.
They are around. Alert if you need some medical attention or if someone around you looks like they need some help. We have 2 red medic tents on the grounds. There is one over here at the far edge of City Hall near Ackerd, and there's a second one at the grassy area just below the steps. Legal observers are wearing yellow vests. They serve as objective witnesses of conduct against First Amendment protected activity, just as we're doing today. All these folks out here are to keep attendees, speakers, and organizers safe. They will be walking the grounds during the rally and joining the march. We are all on the safety team, and we keep us safe. Who keeps us safe?
We do.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Thank you so much. We're going to welcome our first speaker, Reverend Rachel Griffin Allison with Oak Lawn UMC, and a proud member of Clear DFW.
Good morning. I've been asked to actually begin our time with a time of prayer, an invocation. So I invite you all into a space of meditation or prayer, and I invite you to pray to the deity that is right for you. This is a space of inclusion, a space of belonging, and so I invite us all to quiet ourselves and to invite the Spirit among us. Spirit of life, God of justice, love that holds us all. Be present with us here today, in this crowd, in these voices, in the courage that brought us out today. Steady our hearts, strengthen our resolve, open us to one another, and remind us that none of us stands alone. Amen. Friends, I am honored to stand here with you today. You know, people often prefer that clergy stay in the church to keep faith more private and quiet and, well, contained. But the truth is that faith has never stayed inside buildings. Faith marches, faith speaks, and that is why I am here. Because we all are living in a moment where power is being hoarded, fear is being weaponized, and the most vulnerable are being targeted. And we are here to say, no more. No kings. No systems that place some above others. Because we know something deeper. We belong to one another. And that truth is dangerous to systems built on control. Because when we see each other clearly, we refuse to abandon one another. We refuse to let our transgender siblings be targeted. We refuse to let immigrants be dehumanized. We refuse to let Black and brown voices be silenced. We stay silent while women's rights are under assault. We refuse to accept a world where dignity is optional. And that refusal is where change begins. And if you believe that, say it with me. We refuse.
We refuse.
We refuse.
We refuse.
We refuse.
We refuse.
Friends, tomorrow is Palm Sunday, which is a significant day in the Christian faith. Palm Sunday was a protest, and the story holds that Jesus walked into a city under empire. On one side of the city was a military parade, an oppressive ruler entering, wielding power and weapons and control. And on the other side, a protest. Jesus coming in on a donkey. No army, no violence, just people waving palms and shouting, "Save us! Save us from the oppressive systems." These people were resisting and crying out in the streets against a system that crushed people. And today, well, we're still crying out in the streets. Save us from systems that harm. Save us from fear that tells us to stay quiet. But hear this. Every time we show up like this, we are already building something different. A world where we say, "You belong. You matter." We will not abandon each other, and we will not stop until everyone is free. And friends, I want to acknowledge that this work is not easy. So rest when you need to, but then get back up and get back to work, because this is a critical time and all of our voices are needed. Love is stronger than fear. Community is stronger than control. And people who refuse to give up on each other are stronger than any empire. So keep marching, keep speaking, keep showing up, and vote. Now more than ever, vote. And when they tell you that targeting transgender people is about safety, when they tell you that separating families is about law and order, when they tell you that cutting support for the poor is about responsibility, call it what it is, a lie. That's all right. It's important that this work because we want everybody to hear. When they tell you that cutting support for poor is about responsibility, what do we call it?
A lie!
A lie. Because injustice always tries to rename itself. But we are not here to repeat the lie. We are here to tell the truth. We are here today because we are interested in being together. We are not interested in kings or empires or building a world of domination. We are here to build a world of belonging, where no one is left out, left behind, or left to fight alone. And that truth, that will outlast every lie.
public school union teacher, and I'm co-chair of the local, shout out to our public schools. I'm also the co-chair of the local Democratic Socialists of America chapter, DSA North Texas. We're the largest socialist organization in the country. We are socialists because we believe that this country should be oriented towards the flourishing of human beings over profit. When we say no kings, we say no to the authoritarianism of Donald Trump. We've seen the Donald Trump administration drop bombs on Iranian schoolgirls, while ICE kidnaps people off of our streets here at home. We say no more on Iran, and we say abolish ICE. But no kings does not just mean no Donald Trump. It also means that we say no to the corporations and the billionaires and the billionaire class that he belongs to. Our political system is designed to line their pockets while ripping off the working class. In fact, the state of Texas right here is a billionaire's paradise. That's why Elon Musk decided to move here. What do you think about Elon Musk? That's what I thought. Yeah, Texas cuts taxes for corporations, but pays its workers super low wages and makes it as difficult as possible for them to form unions and fight for their rights. Our voucher program has given money from struggling public schools to families that were already sending their kids to private school. We spend tons of money on expanding the highways and roads every year, but somehow we can't fund any public transit. Just look at what's happening to DART. So we, the working class, we the people, are battling all of these forces on local, state, and federal levels. And we need to come and out-organize the billionaire class and their money. But sometimes that seems pretty hard. Why is that? I think that it partly has to do with how alienating our society is. The DFW, Metroplex, and America broadly is extremely spread out and takes forever to navigate. We spend most of our day commuting to work, working for low wages, commuting home, and then being exhausted afterward. And the age of social media and smartphones is honestly making things worse. People see the constant stream of bad things happening on Instagram and TikTok, much of it real, a lot of it actually AI, and they decide that things are not going to get better. There are thousands of people here today, but there are just as many people at home or work feeling despair and checking out of politics altogether. But I think we can fix that, do you? All right. So while I personally want you to be a socialist and join DSA and talk to our table in the back over there about the work we're doing, I first challenge you to do something perhaps even more radical. Stop doom scrolling and watching short form videos, get off your phone and touch grass. Yeah, right. Contact a local organization, pick some sort of event that you can get involved in, write it down in your planner, and then stick to it. DSA is block blocking to protect public transit in Addison and the Park Cities. And we recently joined a coalition of organizations that pushed against the city of Hutchins adopting a detention center from ICE. Doing those things feels so much better than doom scrolling. By getting involved in a community, organizing a couple times a month, you are fighting fascism and you are building the community that we deserve in this time simultaneously. By leaving behind the virtual world, you free up yourself to make the real world so much better. Yeah, so get out there. Are you ready to touch grass? All right, solidarity forever. Let's fight fascism. No kings now or ever. Thank you so much.
How's everyone doing today? Raise your hand or make some noise if fighting fascism was on the bingo card of your life. For the people who are cheering, what the hell were you expecting out of life? Nobody should have been cheering about that. All right, my name is Pedro Lidayal. I work with the Texas Working Families Party. I'm the Texas State Director. I am here to tell you a little bit about the Working Families Party, but first I wanted to start by telling you a little story about who I am and where I came from. It's relevant to what I want to say today. I like to begin by saying that my grandparents were migrant farm workers. They started in the Brownsville, Matamoros area in South Texas, and they moved through Texas chasing work. A lot of my aunts and uncles actually were born in this little town called Cisco that's just outside of the DFW Metroplex. My grandparents did everything that they could to give their kids a good life. My grandfather was married to my grandmother for more than 50 years, and my mom used to tell me the story about what their struggle was like. And the particular story that stuck to me, or that I remembered most, was the story of them traveling from one job to another and stopping at a gas station and not having enough money to put fuel in the car or to buy groceries for his starving children in the back of the station wagon. And my mom, upset at what was happening and demanding that my grandfather do something to take care of them, walked into the store to call him out on it and witnessed my grandfather trying to give away one of his watches because he didn't have the money to pay for the fuel or the food that was going to feed them. I like to tell this story because it is a uniquely American story. I tell this story because it reminds me of where I came from. My family was working class. And I tell this story because my grandfather was the best man that I have ever known in my life. He taught me how to be the man that I am today. He taught me to be a good man. But he was an immigrant to this country. And in today's America, despite being proud to be a U.S. citizen, despite being one of the most hardworking people I ever met in my life, being the person who taught me to be a hard worker and to love this country, today in America, he would not be welcome. Today in America, they would tell him to get the hell out. My grandfather represents the best of what this country has to offer, and the United States does not want him. Now, I like to tell this story because as I was growing up, I felt a big responsibility to take my family a little bit further than what my mom or my grandparents were able to do for us. I was the first person in my family to try to go to college and to get a degree. But because I didn't have the kind of support, financial or otherwise, I struggled. I actually had to drop out of college when I was 20 years old, become financially stable before I was able to go back and get my degree at the age of 27. Now, I tell this story because it was not my plan to become a political person. There were things that I wanted to do with my life. And my grandparents taught me that as long as you worked hard in this country, you could accomplish anything that you set your mind to. But my experiences in college taught me that that's not true. There maybe was a time when this was the land of opportunity and anyone could accomplish anything in this country. But the Epstein class of the United States has made sure that that is not a reality for all of us anymore. I did not become a political person because that's what I wanted to do with my life. I became a political person because my survival and the survival of the people that I love depended on it. I know that some of you have seen some rumbling online. I saw it before I came here today. People who are saying that they're sick of protesting, that it never accomplishes anything, who are poo-pooing on the idea of coming out here and being out here today. And I am here to tell you, as someone who focuses specifically on elections, that being here is incredibly important. Every moment that we spend out here is a particular moment when we might inspire someone else to take action. It is important to be here. I'm glad that you're here. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak to all of you. But I also want to tell you that this is only the first step and only one piece of the work that we need to do. I'm not going to lie to you. We have a hard road ahead of us. More will be demanded of us in the next few years than has been demanded of many of the generations that have come before us. We have a hard road ahead of us, but we can win. The Working Families Party is an independent political party that is working to build a new center of gravity for the multiracial working class. The two-party system has failed us, it doesn't work anymore, and our new political party will make sure that people who have lived our lives and who know the hard decisions that we have to make every day are taken into consideration when policy is crafted. Now I want to leave with this message because I know my time is running out. Make some noise if you know who Taylor Remitt is. Taylor Remitt won a special election in Senate District 9 over in Tarrant County. That was a Trump plus 17 district that had not been held by a Democrat since 1991. The Working Families Party was a major part of that victory. We helped Taylor Remitt win that race. If you are interested in real change, in an agenda that actually serves working class people, the Working Families Party is where we are building it. My name is Pedro Lira. We are at a table over here in this corner. If you are interested in learning more about what the Working Families Party does, anything from getting the right people elected to being prepared to run for office yourself, we are the party of the working class that will help you do it, and we invite you to join the Working Families Party. Thank you. I was reminded to say my name one last time. It's Pedro Lira with the Texas Working Families Party.
Hello, how are we doing today? Are we excited to be out here? Are we tired? All right, my name is Judith. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and we're out here to do some chants and get this energy up. Who's tired of all this war? Say it with me. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education. Not for war and deportation. Not for war and deportation. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education. Not for war and deportation. left behind? What if that kind of love is actually liberation? Because for Black people in our country, love has always been how we survive. And love has always been how we get free. So good afternoon, Dallas. My name is Stephanie Williams. I stand here representing Black Voters Matter Fund, a national organization doing work partnering with grassroots Black-led organizations all across the country, but especially here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I came, my brothers and sisters, today rooted in that truth, that love is liberation, especially for Black folks. So when we say no kings, we are not just rejecting power at the top, we are declaring something deeper. That power belongs to the people, all the people. So Dallas, real quick, I need y'all with me. When I say the people, you say got the power. The people! The people! The people! All right, y'all? But let's be honest. You cannot talk about power. You can't talk about democracy. You cannot talk about freedom without talking about Black people. Because what's happening right now is not random. Our communities are being pushed out of fair maps, locked out of access to health care, denied resources and investment, targeted by policies meant to silence our voices. And here in Texas, we're feeling it. We've seen communities lose access to hospitals, lose access to fresh food, lose access to opportunity. We've seen people ready to vote and still pushed out of the process. So while folks are talking about democracy in theory, we're loving our people through what it looks like in real love. So now let me ask you, who deserves to be protected? The people! Who deserves to be free? The people! That's right, y'all. And the truth is, Black communities have always loved each other through our struggle. We've always built what we needed when it didn't exist. We've always created joy in the middle of pain. And as Black Voters Matter call it, our theme this year is We Got Us. Say it with me, y'all. We got us. We got us. We got us. So that means when the systems fail, we love each other anyway. When policies harm, we organize anyways. When doors close, because love is just not a feeling. Love is how we fight. Love is how we organize. Love is how we win. All right, y'all. Now let me say this with love and clarity. Solidarity is just not being here today. Solidarity is love in action. So when I say solidarity, you say love in action. Solidarity! Solidarity! If you love Black communities, then show up where the work is happening. That means sitting with people and listening, knocking on doors and building trust, supporting Black-led organizations, investing in the work that sustains our people, because love looks like commitment. And here in Texas, that is what loves look right now. We are launching a new program called our 10K26, reaching 10,000 Black voters across our community. Not just to talk, but to connect, to listen, to build power rooted in love. So Dallas, when I say 10K, you say let's go 10K! 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 That's what liberation sounds like. So here's the invitation as I close. If you believe that love is liberation, if you believe Black communities deserve more, if you believe we can build something together, walk with us. Volunteer with Black Voters Matter. Support this work. Be a part of building that power that's rooted in love and led by all the people. Because we're not just resisting what's wrong, we're building what freedom actually looks like. And I'll leave you with this. We are not going back. We are moving forward with love, purpose, and with each other. So one more time, when I say we got us, you say all the way. We got us. We got us. Now take us home, y'all. Who got the power? People. Who got the power? Because when we move with love, we organize with purpose. When we stand together, we don't just resist, we get free. Thank you, Dallas. So when we end those partnerships with those schools, we are not not going to be finished, and neither are you. We are going to continue organizing until our neighbors are safe, until we have education, until we have liberation, until we have peace. Are you with me? And I want to invite everyone to join us again on May 1st for the May Day celebration of International Workers' Day, because it's good to show up once, it's good to say you don't agree, but it's better to keep showing up and to keep making those connections and finding the organizations that you can fight in, that you can make a difference in, if we have all of us together working for what we believe in. And so I want to invite all of you to join us against RepCon, protecting our students, protecting students across the world, and to continue to organize. Do not leave here today without getting information from an organization, without getting contact information from somebody here who shares your beliefs, who wants to fight for what you want to fight for, who makes you feel less alone, who makes you feel less small and less powerless, because we have power, and we already have it, but if we don't use it, if we don't bring our power together, it doesn't mean anything. But when we fight together, their money doesn't mean anything when we are together, because when we are united, we will never be defeated. So once again, I am Joe with the DFW Anti-War Committee, and are you going to keep fighting? Are you going to keep showing up? And are you going to put up with this anymore? Hell yeah, thank you very much.
How's everyone doing today? Glad to see everybody here in Dallas. My name is Justin Chen, and I am the president of AFG Council 238, which is the American Federation of Government Employees. I represent 8,000 U.S. EPA employees nationwide. I am also a member of the North Texas Labor Federation, the Texas Young Active Labor Leaders, and also of North Texas DSA. It's been over a year since we have had this blowhard as president again, and me and my members continue to be under siege in the workplace, but we are unbound and continue to fight alongside all of you. Trump and his crony Lee Zeldin continue to fire EPA workers for the sin of advocating for environmental justice, scientific research, and protecting public health. Yesterday, 20 more workers were laid off because of Trump's assault on environmental justice, workers who are desperately needed to protect you, your family, and your neighbors. We as a union are fighting on their behalf in the courts, in DC, and most importantly, in the streets. Trump does not care if you or your loved ones live or die. He will happily sacrifice all of us if all it meant was making another dollar for him and for his billionaire psychopath friends. This is why I need all of you to stand with me, my union, and to join the labor movement so that we can take control of our workplaces and make an economy that serves the needs of the people and not the billionaires. As Martin Luther King Jr. spoke, we still live in the shadow of the three great evils of our country. The evils of racism, of capitalism, and of militarism. These three evils, which I would say form the hydra of American imperialism. On racism, we have the American Gestapo in the form of ICE and CBP, which stalk our streets, kidnapping and killing our neighbors who are not lily white. The reactionary Republicans have shot down an attempt to pay my TSA colleagues due to their demands to continue to fund this modern-day secret police. the blood of innocent migrants, refugees, of people like Geraldo Campos, Parity Law, my own union brother Alex Preddy, Nicole Good, and so many others are on their hands. Let us write the names of the dead on our hearts as we fight for freedom and to send forces like ICE to the dustbin of history. On capitalism, we live in an economy that has only accelerated grift and exploitation of the working class. Prices on food, on housing, and on medical care only continue to rise. The stock market is built on a hallucination of AI to replace human workers while driving up energy costs, wasting fresh water, and polluting our environment with no tangible benefit to our lives. Technology is now something we dread rather than anticipate, providing us no relief from our daily struggles and exacerbating our own social isolation and dividing us. We must rein in these forces, these billionaires, and the corrupt politicians who are their lackeys to make our collective labor work for us instead of their pocketbook. Organize your workplace, join a union, and demand democracy there. Let's make tech work for us in the greater good of society, including fighting for a sustainable future to address the real greatest existential challenge that faces all of us, climate change. Finally, the great evil of militarism and the madness of bloodlust yet again raises its disgusting head in our country. The war in Iran, the genocide in Gaza, the blockade of Cuba, the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, and all our trillion-dollar excesses of the American military do nothing but threaten the peace of the world. And the blowback is felt here at home if you have noticed how much you pay for gas now. Freedom will never come from bombs dropped, from forced starvation, and the genocide of peoples. We continue to repeat the same mistakes over and over again while the military-industrial complex lasts all the way to the bank, profiting on misery and death. To this I say no more wars, no more bombs, no more blockades, and no more imperialism. Do not ask, but demand for peace. So, dear friends, let us join together in solidarity with all oppressed people, but especially those under the yoke of American imperialism. We must snuff out these three great evils in our country and build a better home where all can prosper. So God bless all of you. Free Palestine, Viva Cuba, and solidarity forever. Thank you.
TSA lines. While TSA works for free, ICE is still getting their paycheck. Shame. Say it with me. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, workers stand up and strike. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, stand up and strike. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, workers stand up and strike. Hello, Dallas. My name is Jenny Sanchez, and I'm the Dallas-Fort Worth organizer for the Texas Civil Rights Project, where we fight for the rights of all Texans, both in and out of the courts. If you turn on the news at any time, scroll through social media, what you see is horrifying. Children being separated from their parents, laws being violated by our nation's elected leaders, freedoms and civil rights being eroded, and the forced repetition of failed policies implemented again and again. So let me be clear. We are in a critical moment in our nation's history, a moment where we, the people, need to decide where we stand. Right now, we're seeing our state leaders bend to the will of the federal government without question and without challenge, allowing the rogue and corrupt ICE and CBP destroy our communities and sow fear. And here in Texas, the situation's even more alarming. Our state has become a testing ground, a place where the harshest immigration policies are implemented first, knowing that if they succeed here, they can be replicated across the country. We are seeing people transferred here from across the nation because Texas has one of the harshest immigration court systems, where loopholes are easier to exploit and justice is harder to access. We are seeing horrendous conditions in for-profit detention centers where human dignity is treated as expendable. We're seeing U.S. citizen children separated from their parents, traumatized not by accident, but by design. We have to name the truth. Cruelty is not a byproduct of this system. Cruelty is the point. At the Texas Civil Rights Project, we're fighting day in and day out for the rights of immigrants in Texas and beyond. Just last week, our client, LaCaw Cordia, who had been held for over a year in detention in Prairie Land, just 45 minutes from Dallas, was finally released. LaCaw was wrongfully detained for using her voice to speak up for her Palestinian community and against the genocide in Gaza. For that, the Trump administration took away her freedom. Twice, immigration judges ordered her release on bond, and twice the Department of Homeland Security denied her release by using sneaky loopholes, demeaning the decisions of the very judges that are meant to enforce our laws. The third time, she was finally released on a $100,000 bond. That is the cost of freedom when the government decides to make you their target. But even in this moment, we have to remember something powerful. We have collective power. So today I'm asking you not just to listen, but to act. Come to TCRP's table in the back, scan the QR code, become a poll monitor, volunteer. We've already seen attempts right here in Dallas to challenge voters and suppress participation. We can't allow that to happen. Protecting our democracy is part of protecting our communities. And we must also think bigger. We need to start demanding real solutions, not just reforms around the edges, but a reimagining of the system itself. That includes abolishing ICE and reinvesting those resources back into our communities, into education, healthcare, housing, and support systems that actually help people thrive. Because safety doesn't come from detention centers. It comes from strong, supported communities. This moment is difficult. It's exhausting. And it takes a toll on all of us. But we cannot afford to look away. We cannot afford to stay silent. And we cannot afford to give up. Because the system that targets one community today will target another one tomorrow. And the only way forward is together. Thank you. I'm Jenny Sanchez from Texas Civil Rights Project, and let's keep fighting.
School of Business and Management at the Townview Center, and one of the lead organizers of the ICE walkout that took place across Dallas ISD on February 10th. To clarify before I start, I am not here to represent Dallas ISD, as Greg Abbott has made it very clear through threats to our funding and his authoritative oversight that no school or district is allowed to back politically empowered student movements. I would also like to add that the same goes for teachers. And while in 100% honesty, no teachers or staff helped me organize the walkouts or write this speech, it is only because of my public school education that I have the knowledge and sensibility to come to my own conclusions about the current state of our country and decide for myself that what I see happening to my Latino, Black, and queer peers is unjust and unacceptable. Who I am allowed to thank under this current state and national administration is my classmates. To any student who participated in the walkout, I want to say directly to you that it is only because of your courage and north-facing moral compass that our message was heard as loudly and as clearly as it was. And to any student seeing this who was unable to walk out, whether it be because of attendance, fear of ICE presence, or your parents simply didn't allow it, know that we appreciate your support just as much, even if it was just as simple as reposting a flyer or helping us make signs. While the walkouts did create quite the spectacle and attract national news, as it was the largest student walkout Dallas ISD has seen in recent history, we must keep the why at the forefront. We did not, as many like to believe, walk out to skip class or give the finger to the establishment. We walked out united under one simple truth, and that is that what ICE is doing to our peers, our neighbors, and our family in Texas and across the country is wrong. It is never right to snatch people off the streets or in their homes or places of work and worship. It is never right to deport anyone, legal or illegal, employed or unemployed, tax-paying or not, housed or not, or white or not. It is never right to hold anybody in U.S. custody without due process and the dignity of a fair trial. Especially if in custody means a detention facility where men are packed in like dogs, where women are assaulted and not given proper medical attention, and where children go weeks without hearing from their parents or knowing where they are or attending school. Shame. And while I'd like to say that these tactics of fear and suppression, detention and disappearance, of xenophobia and white nationalism are unique to this administration, that would be doing a disservice to the Middle Eastern community, who after 9/11 and the founding of ICE faced and still face to this day discrimination and othering based solely on their nationality. That would be doing a disservice to the gay and trans community, who in the 80s were neglected and ignored to the point of near extinction due to a disease the US government refused to cure. That would be doing a disservice to the Japanese and broader East Asian community, who during World War II were treated as national security threats simply for existing and held in prison camps for committing no crimes at all. Is it starting to sound familiar yet? These would be doing a disservice to the Black community, who in every decade of our country's history have been no strangers to the type of policing and authoritative tactics we see ICE employing today. All this to say, it's Latino people today, but yesterday it was Middle Eastern people, the day before that it was queer people, the time before that it was Japanese people, and for all of history it has been Black people, and countless other minority populations I have not been able to name. The American minority steamrolling machine is a vicious one, and if you haven't been squished yet, it's only a matter of when, not if. And if your community has been squished before, you can rest assured knowing it will almost certainly happen again. And while this is a pattern as old as America's existence, so is the struggle of working class Americans against it. Now more than ever, we have to remember this fight against America's imperialist nature is won by small victories. It's won protest by protest, dollar by dollar, impeachment by impeachment, and amendment by amendment. Now more than ever, we have to look back on how minorities in the past have faced issues similar to the ones we're facing today. Whether that's learning from the sit-ins and standoffs of the 60s, the marches and gatherings of the 70s, the labor strikes of the early 20s, or the organized legal efforts of the late 1800s. Now more than ever, we have to keep our eye on the prize and remember what victory looks like. Victory looks like people of color being able to walk the streets without fear of returning home. Victory looks like women and trans people being able to access life-saving medical care, because abortion and youth transition is life-saving. Victory looks like owning the means of production and operating your company under a union. Victory looks like seeing a forest sprawling untouched by corporate hands and an ocean filled with nothing but thriving organisms. Victory looks like democracy, where voters are not playing chutes and ladders to find a polling station, and where Congress people are held accountable for insider trading and putting the concerns of foreign states above the needs of tax-paying American residents. Victory looks like stillness, where we can go to sleep at night knowing no news of a new oil war or toppled hospital in Gaza will arrive overnight. And however different your vision of victory looks like, we can all agree and fight on the front of ensuring that every American and victim of American foreign involvement should have access to their inalienable rights, free to live life, embrace their liberty, and pursue happiness in whatever way that looks like for them. As it is not our right to police how people live their lives, but our duty to ensure that they can live it safely and without persecution. Before I leave here today and march amongst you all, I also stand here as a passionate photographer, and I would like to speak directly to anyone with a phone, camera, or media personnel here today. Sometimes it is not enough to take a photo. Sometimes a situation arises where the only solution is to put your body in between the oppressed and the oppressor. And in that moment, I hope all of us as artists, activists, and professionals have a strong enough backbone to save someone's life rather than take a photo of them dying. Thank you all so much for your time. A special thanks to my mom, Rachel and Cheryl, Griffin, Allison, my classmates and fellow organizers of the walkout, Richard, Thomas, Toby, Reese, Rita, and Kat from Booker T. I would also like to thank my friends and mentors over at the Party for Socialism and Liberation and all the incredible people at Indivisible Dallas who helped make this possible. Thank you so much.
How's it going, y'all? How we feeling? Hey, first and foremost, I gotta say thank you to all the fantastic speakers that preceded me, especially Prairie Land. That gave me chills. It makes me feel so confident knowing that we have wonderful young people like Prairie and the next generation leading them, doing good. So, good afternoon. My name is Raul Natera. I'm an immigration attorney at the Texas-Mexico Law Offices of Fort Worth, Texas, and it's an honor to speak with you guys. I'm a proud Texan. I'm a proud Mexican immigrant, and it's the great honor of my life to be able to defend the immigrant community. Now, I want to start with something simple. Democracy doesn't disappear all at once. It erodes quietly, procedurally, and often under the language of efficiency or reform. And right now, we are seeing that erosion in real time, especially in our immigration courts and within the Department of Justice. Now today I want to tell you why that matters and what we can do about it. Recently, the Trump administration began pushing changes to the immigration appeals process at the Board of Immigration Appeals, the BIA. One of these proposed rules would have cut the time to file an appeal down from 30 days to just 10. They're also making these changes so that they can allow cases to be dismissed almost immediately if technical requirements weren't met. One of those requirements would be that the majority of judges at the Board of Immigration Appeals have to vote to give these detainees appealing and going for that second shot at an asylum claim or what have you. The majority of those justices have to vote to hear their case, and those are political appointments. And currently, the Trump administration has stacked those courts. So if a rule change like that would have been shoehorned through, unfortunately, many of my clients wouldn't get judicial review over judicial error at a lower court. Now, a federal judge recently stepped in and blocked much of that rule, But the attempt itself tells us everything that we need to know. Because what does that kind of change do? It doesn't just streamline cases. It limits due process. It increases the chance that people, many without lawyers, lose their cases before they even truly begin. And that's the pattern we're seeing. Policies framed as efficiency that actually reduce fairness. Now let's talk about something that's even more troubling. Just this month, on March 5th, the Department of Justice proposed another rule that would fundamentally change how government lawyers are held accountable. Under this proposal, if a Department of Justice attorney is accused of misconduct, the Attorney General, a political appointee, I remind you, gets to review the complaint first. They can then ask state bar associations to pause their own investigations while the Department of Justice conducts their own review. In practice, this means that the federal government can step in and delay or even neutralize independent ethical oversight. At the core of this, they want to create a secondary class of attorneys that is answerable only to the administration. And that should be chilling to everyone here. Critics have warned that this could undermine independent accountability and shield Department of Justice attorneys from meaningful discipline. And I want you guys to really think about that for a second. Lawyers, especially government lawyers, are supposed to be bound by independent ethical rules, not self-policed, not insulated. But this rule moves us towards a system where the same institution accused of misconduct gets to control the investigation. That's not accountability. That's consolidation of power. Now, you might be thinking, I'm talking about immigration courts, about lawyers, about procedure. That's not really what it's about. This is about who checks power. And when appeals are rushed, and when oversight is weakened, when ethics enforcement is centralized, we're not just changing rules. We're changing the balance between governing power and individual rights. And history has shown us, once those guardrails weaken, it becomes much harder to rebuild them. So today, I'm here to ask all of you for your help. We've all got phones with access to internet, and I want to equip you guys with a tool to resist these changes. There's a website called federalregister.gov. I'm going to repeat that, federalregister.gov. All of these policy changes are published on there and subject to public comment periods of 30 days. We've got until April 4th to resist this DOJ rule change. You can go on there right now and you can post a public comment. And that's incredibly important because what these guys have to do when they're finalizing these rules, they have to sit in committee and read out and deal with every single one of these comments. So we can delay this as much as humanly possible and really be a thorn in their side. You can be equipped by that cell phone in your pocket to start resisting. Now, outside of speaking during the rulemaking process, we have to support organizations that are doing this work. We have to support organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union. We have to support organizations like Vecinos, and we have to put our money where our mouth is. We have to back these organizations that are doing the good work, that are resisting this power grab by this administration. Additionally, I need you guys to be beacons of knowledge. I need you guys to go out into your communities. I need you to go out to your family members and really talk to them, explain to them in real words what is happening. Because many of the people that voted for Trump, and I see this every day in my office, they were tricked. They really believed that this administration was going to go out and arrest criminals and try and make the economy better. But look around you. Are we any better than where we were at the beginning of 2024? Absolutely not. So it's time to resist, ladies and gentlemen. And to that end, your vote this November is possibly one of the most important votes that you are going to be casting in your lifetime. We've all heard about the SAVE Act. It's an effort by this administration to disenfranchise many voters, predominantly women. And we need to be prepared if this law gets passed. We need to make sure that we have passports, If you are a woman, if you have changed your last name, you need to stay informed because you will need to provide proof of that name change when you go to vote in November. So we need to be prepared for any obstacle that this administration throws before us. And we together are going to be able to overcome anything they put in front of us. That is my true belief. Now I'll leave you with this. The rule of law doesn't collapse overnight. It weakens when fewer people pay attention to how it's being changed. And right now, it's being changed in ways that reduce accountability and limit fairness. But the fact that every one of you is here, that you're listening, that you're learning, and that you're willing to act means something powerful. It means that the system and this country that I love so much still has people who care enough to defend it. And that is where resistance truly begins. I thank you all for being here. Again, my name is Raul Natera. I'm here on behalf of the Texas-Mexico Law Offices of Fort Worth. Thank you. God bless you. If you can hear me, clap once! If you can hear me, clap 2 times! Do y'all hear me back there? Clap 3 times! Show me what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! I don't hear you back there! Show me what democracy looks like! All right, everybody, give a round of applause for you being here! Wow, so many people! My name is Sosael Alvarez, and I'm with the El Movimiento DFW. And I wanted to show and bring out the volunteers, if you're here, to come on stage right now, right beside me, because this takes everyone. We have been fighting for a year in the city of Dallas right now. Everyone here, we are organizing the rapid response, the hotline. We are the ones out of the streets telling the communities about their rights. And everyone here deserves a round of applause, so give it to them. We have started campaigns. We have won campaigns. And I'm going to bring up 287 G. That would have made every police officer in Dallas to become an ICE agent. And we beat them. We showed up in front of this building. We went inside. We spoke out to the council members who did not believe this is happening. And they still believe that. We need to show up at this fucking place here and speak out. Y para toda la gente latina que está aquí, no están solos, no tengan miedo, tienen derechos ustedes y aquí estamos para ayudarles. And I wanted to show, I have the honor to introduce to you, do y'all remember the Hutchins Detention Center? We have Paul here from Hutchins who is going to speak because they defeated that.
I want to put down my sign before I say something. I am a part of the group that stopped the ICE prison in Hutchins. But today I want to answer the question, what good does coming to these rallies do? I did a small video at a rally at the Tesla dealership and posted it online, and somebody threw shade on me. Man, that rally's nothing. it doesn't mean anything. It's small. It's not going anywhere. After that, I established and started establishing contacts at rallies like this, and had more and more people that I made connection with at rallies like this. By coming to those rallies and making those connections with groups that are part of mutual aid, the clergy, like-minded people like myself and the people that wanted to fight this in Hutchins, it resulted in our being able to challenge the prison in Hutchins and defeat it. Those groups helped by making phone calls to the owner of the property in Hutchins, by attending town hall meetings, posting videos on social media. Here's where what it boils down to. I talked to a representative of the owner of the building in Hutchins, and she said, Paul, you would not believe how many calls we got from Dallas to stop the prison. So when asked, what good does it do to come to one of these rallies? We stopped a prison, and we're going to stop ICE.
We're going to stop them in multiple ways, but I also have the honor, and please give a round of applause to this brave young man. And he is going to speak out for those that are still the children in Dilley that are being detained there. So I want you to give a round of applause to Liam right here.
Hello. Hi, my name is Liam. I'm 12 years old. And I'm here to share an important letter from a girl in the Dilley Detention Center. So, okay. My name is Ariana. I'm 14 years old. I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days, and I have never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here every time. Every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom. My younger siblings haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They are very young and need both of your parents when you're growing up. Since I got to the center, all you feel is sadness and mostly depression. When people have their courts, the longest they'll last is 15 minutes. Our rights are not being provided. Arrests are happening when people don't even have any type of order. Arrests are happening illegally. It's sad to hear that people cases are being denied and are getting sent back to their country. Places where they are escaping from and are looking for protection and want to feel safe. Not a lot of people know what is happening in the centers where immigrants are placed at. I haven't been getting any school time. Every single person here had their jobs, they had their lives. They aren't any danger to this country. I've been in this country for 7 years, and those 7 years, my mom and I found a home and made a bigger family. I have never been separated from my siblings, and it's honestly sad because they are little and they need their mom and sister. Yeah, they're with their dad, but it's still different for them. And my mom and me. Since the day my mom and I got detained in Manhattan, New York, my life was instantly paused. From my knowledge, you can't be under custody for more than 15 or 20 days. Well, here in Dilley Immigration Processing Center, people have been in this place for 7 months, 5 months, and 4 months, and 2 months. It's not fair that the ICE officers are not following the laws. All kids are being damaged mentally. They witness how they are being treated. They don't have schools or doctors. All they have are nurses if you need medical attention. The longest you have to wait is 3 hours, but to only get medicine, pills. Anything you need takes a while. There are various viruses. People are always sick. Serious situation happens and the officers don't take them serious enough. There are no consequences. They don't care.
Give a round of applause for Liam again for speaking out, and to the kids in the detention centers and the families. That is why we're here today. And that is why we need your help. And if you want to help us, at Movimiento's tables back there, we have a campaign we're working on where we're calling on City of Dallas officials to create an ordinance to make ICE agents identify themselves in Dallas and bring them out here. And so thank you all for being here. Let's go and get ready to say our voices loud and clear.
We're running a little behind schedule. I am so grateful for your time, for your energy. I know you're anxious to march. It's fixing to happen. We have 2 more incredible speakers for you. You have to hear these people. This is why we're here. We are not just here to be seen. We are here to listen for how we can help. So if you'll bear with me for about 10 more minutes, we've got 2 more speakers, and then we're going to head out to march, okay? Y'all with me? No kings, right? No kings. All right, 1 second. I'm going to introduce to you Noemi Rios, who is the founder of Vecinos Unidos, DFW.
Ain't no kings, ain't no saviors, we protect our own neighbors. Ain't no kings, ain't no saviors, we protect our own neighbors. Ain't no kings, ain't no saviors, we protect our own neighbors. Ain't no kings, ain't no saviors, we protect our own neighbors. All right, we are going to keep it short and sweet. I came up here to give you guys homework, okay? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Raise your hand if you recently voted. Awesome. Love it. Keep your hands up. How many of you with your hands up came to one of the last No Kings events? Keep your hands up if you did. Amazing. How many of you joined an organization and volunteered with them after the last No Kings event? That is your homework. Every single person that puts their hands down has homework. Okay? Love is a verb. Love is a verb. Okay? Action is required. Voting is the bare minimum, which is why I am not going to emphasize that you should do it, because we are way beyond that. Way beyond that. 4 days ago, the Department of Justice issued a letter regretting that they accepted as fact something that they should not have, which is what allowed ICE agents to tackle our neighbors a few buildings down here in Dallas. It is because of those atrocities that Vecinos Unidos DFW became a thing 1 year ago. We are 1 year old, and let me tell you what we've done in our 1 year of existence. We have recruited and trained over 130 public observer volunteers to go to court. We We have accompanied dozens of neighbors to their court appointments because they are afraid of going alone. They are afraid because they saw what we as citizens were allowing to happen in the hallways of immigration court. In that year that we recruited and trained volunteers, we also established a mutual aid fund through which we were able to help more than 20 families so far. And we will keep doing that. We will continue doing that. We will continue training volunteers. We will continue educating on our rights. So please, your homework is to not leave today without signing up to volunteer with somebody. Every organization that is out here is doing work in some capacity. Choose one, volunteer with them. Our tent is the orange tent. Vecinos Unidos, DFW means Neighbors United DFW. And please, I'm asking you to embody that with us because that's how we're going to bring about change, not through voting, okay? So we're going to close it out with ain't no kings, ain't no saviors. We protect our own neighbors. Ain't no kings, ain't no saviors. We protect our own neighbors. Thank you so much.
My name is Michael Waters, and I'm honored to be here with you this afternoon. When thousands of us gathered in public witness this past October at Pacific Plaza, we were met with torrential rain. It was as if the clouds opened to release the full measure of precipitation, drenching us all in the process. The ferocity of the storm was such that our umbrellas were of little use. As the relentless rain cascaded down, I watched many of us decide to face the storm head on, lowering our umbrellas to embrace the moment. At myriad moments since, I have mentally returned to that plaza into that stormy day. In return, I have reinterpreted its meaning. The epistle writer once wrote, "For we know that all of creation has been groaning, as in the pains of childbirth, right up to the present time." Friends, what if the torrential rain that cascaded down was not just rain, but what if it was the weeping of creation for the sorrow that was present and for the sorrow that was soon to come? Maybe, just maybe, creation wept with sorrow for the childhood victims of an international ring of pedophiles, known that instead of releasing the files containing evidence of rape by the sitting president, those files would be redacted and the cries of courageous survivors would go unheard. Maybe, just maybe, the heavens wept for our neighbors who are still being hunted by ICE and for the steadily rising body count in our detention centers. Or maybe tears fell from the sky for a system that's more committed to removing paint from sidewalks than corruption from politics. As the skies wept, maybe you wept as well. Did you weep for our poet Renee Good, whose final words, "That's fine, dude, I'm not mad at you," were exchanged for 4 gunshots, including a fatal nail shot to the head? Did you weep for our nurse, Alex Preddy, shot down for the crime of loving and protecting his neighbors? Maybe you wept for Renee Ray Martinez gunned down right here in Texas. Severo Gonzalez gunned down in Chicago, or Keith Porter gunned down in Los Angeles. Friends, if you wept, if in any of these days you have shed any tears, I say good, because it means your heart has not grown cold as ice. That you still have love for humankind. Yes, maybe, just maybe, our tears are not tears alone. Maybe, just maybe, these are tears of our baptism. Maybe, just maybe, we have been baptized into this movement against authoritarianism, against Christian nationalism, against the myth of white supremacy, and against hate. Maybe you and I, through our tears, have been baptized into a great movement for justice, for human decency, and for democracy. So, in these times of babies being bombarded by bombs, in these times of books banned, in these times of history erased, in these times of professors censored, in these times of reporters incarcerated, in this time of peaceful protesters extinguished, in these times of equitable access denied, in these times of families separated, in these times of entry without warrant, in these times of conviction without due process, in these times of voting rights stripped, in these times of painted streams scourged, in these times of human rights denied. Together, side by side, with tears at our baptism, we've come together to declare that we shall weather the storm. So, my friends, let's not grow weary in well-doing. For if we faint not, we shall reap the harvest. For as my ancestors sang, hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Everything is going to be all right. Fight on just a little while longer. Fight on just a little while longer. Fight on just a little while longer. Everything is going to be all right. Pray on just a little while longer. Pray on just a little while longer. Pray on just a little while longer. Everything is going to be all right. Hold on, hold on, hold on, because here comes the dawn. We are the dawn, and here we come.
This is a live look at the protest outside Dallas City Hall. We just heard from some speakers, and we are continuing to watch the rallies in North Texas and across America. We will be right back. Welcome back. We have been watching live coverage of the No Kings protests outside of Dallas. We've heard from many speakers and people that are just at the marches. An event is beginning soon in Fort Worth, so we have a live look outside the Fort Worth Convention Center. It is starting around 2, but in the meantime, people in Dallas are getting ready to march after a speaker event outside Dallas City Hall. We will have Fox 4's David Sentendry live at the march to continue coverage there and see what's going on. As of right now, this is a live look outside the Fort Worth Convention Center where an event is getting ready to begin. Now we have a live look at Minnesota, St. Paul. These are rallies outside there. We've had... Okay, we could take a listen to what they're saying.
Director of Move On, Katie Bethel, and President of Public Citizen, Rob Weissman. Bring them up, everybody! Put that up a little bit. My name is Sarah Parker, and I am the Executive Director of Voices of Florida Fund and a National Coordinator of 5051. I am honored to be here among heroes, and I mean you, the locals standing in front of me today. I want to use this moment to honor you, every single one of you who took part in the resistance in any small way. You are the heroes in this story. You turned the cameras back on them, and you put your life on the line. Across the country, people are building power. People are building community. And every time this administration swings, we will grow stronger. Every time our neighbors are kidnapped by masked men, we will grow bigger. And every time they think we are losing hope, we will become more determined. We are the linchpin in our democracy. No Kings is calling for people just like you across the country to continue to build local power and those networks, to protect your neighbors and stand up and fight back. If there's anything I've learned living in Florida, you can't cede a damn inch to this authoritarian administration and to a man who has an ego of a king and the temperament of a child. We will not give in. We will not give up. They tried to control the narrative, and we are taking it back. The truth is immutable. We were never the villains in this story. They have always been. We demand accountability. We demand an end to reckless masked men terrorizing our neighborhoods. We demand an end to abortion bans. We demand justice and peace for our Black, brown, and LGBTQIA communities, and we demand free and fair elections. And right now, we demand an end to this reckless, illegal.
As they hear from celebrity activists such as Bruce Springsteen and Senator Bernie Sanders. We will be taking a break and we'll be right back.
Good afternoon, everybody. Casey Stiegel here in the Fox 4 News digital studios in downtown Dallas. You are joining us live for our continuing coverage today of streaming coverage of the No Kings protests that are happening not just in Texas, but across the nation. Some of the biggest events in North Texas are in Dallas and in Fort Worth. We want to get you right now to Fox 4's David Centendry, who is on the ground in downtown Dallas, where a fairly large number of people have gathered. And David, what are the numbers looking like there at this hour?
Hey, Casey. Well, right now I want to say we have an interesting situation playing out right now off Irvay, right in front of City Hall. So the protest was about to begin, but everyone is at a standstill right now because over here to my right, there is a small, just a handful of counter-protesters who are standing in the middle of the road, and they have been disrupting the group that is trying to march and protest. They're not doing a whole lot, but their presence here is getting people to talk back and forth with them. You see the people here in the purple vests who are supposed to be for safety of the protesters. They're trying to disperse some people, but really you have a lot of people just going back and forth with these counter protesters here in the middle of the road. You have some people saying, hey, disregard them, walk around them, just get on their way and start marching. But not everyone is listening, and this has been about going on for 10 minutes or so, and just now it appears the march is starting to move forward. Apologies for any of that language, as people are using some derogatory language directed toward ICE. But it looks like we're underway right now as people are starting to march, and it looks like the people who were countering this protest, just again, a very small handful of them, are going to be marching along with, saying their piece, just as they have every right to do, just like the people who have been gathered out here for a couple hours in support of this No Kings protest. Dallas Police Department is on scene. We see an officer right behind my photographer, Mel, right here. We see a couple of DPD officers who have their motorcycles out here, making sure that everything is running smoothly. But again, we are seeing a bit of disruption here, because this march, as we were thinking seconds ago, is about to get underway, and now people have gone back to the people who are on the opposite end of this protest, and there are conversations happening there, some screaming happening there. Looks pretty intense.
David, I wanted to ask you about the numbers.
Sort of letting this breathe for you guys, just to take it all in. But you can tell over here to the left, these are the folks who want the protest to continue to march on and really get underway. And then over to the right is where you see a lot of people who have paused. Go ahead, Casey.
So we have a pretty significant delay, and apologies to the viewers for that. You're watching this all live, raw, and unfiltered, as David Sintendry points out. There is some viewer discretion we need to point out. This is coming into us live, so some of the language might be vulgar. You might hear some obscenities. We're trying our best to make sure that that stuff does not make it on the air, but the crowds do look very sizable. And David, it feels as if really it was yesterday when you and I were doing this last year when they had the No Kings protests last June of 2025. I know that they had another one in October, but we anchored coverage together in June of last year. And I'm wondering, David, what the crowd looks like and what the feel of this year's event is like relative to what we saw last year and what you experienced on the ground in Dallas at that time.
I can tell you what we're seeing now is not something that we saw last year, which is a lot of people disrupting the protest and standing in front. Dallas Police Department taking someone in custody right now, it appears. Someone who was trying to physically block one of the vehicles that was leading this protest. It's unclear if this person is actually going to be arrested or not, or if maybe they're just pulling him to the side for his own safety. Because again, this was one person standing in front of a large group of people. Well, this person, can you say, is this person being arrested, just detained? Dallas PD not wanting to answer that question right now. But if you turn around over here, you can see that this is what that person was trying to block. This is the front line of the protest that has, I think to your question you were asking earlier, Casey, maybe a couple thousand people. I can't really give you an accurate head count on how many people have been out here. All I can say is that it was at least probably a couple thousand people who started outside of City Hall and who are starting to march right now. A lot of people carrying their signs. Compared to last year, it looks a bit smaller. Not sure how much of that is due to maybe the weather. It is a bit colder during this protest compared to the one that we saw last summer. But I think we want to keep walking with the crew just to make sure that we stay toward the front of everything that's happening. But yeah, that was an interesting sight here just a second ago as Dallas Police Department took this person off to the side. We don't know if they are being arrested. We don't know if they're just being detained for their own safety. No handcuffs, nothing like that. There are just a few officers standing near him after they pulled him into this parking lot. And you have some protesters who are gathering around shouting curse words at him. He did not do anything violent from what we saw. He was standing in front of the truck that was leading this protest, and we saw one protester come up from behind and push him, but we didn't see this counter-protester do anything physical toward any of these No Kings protesters.
That's why we stopped. No fascist USA! Be careful, please. Be careful. The police are coming by.
So for our viewers that are watching at home or watching us on the Fox Local app, through the Fox YouTube page, through our social media channels, however you're seeing these pictures.
Apologies. You see people here in their camouflage gear with
My apologies. This is the worst of the worst. We're going to try and iron out the significant delay because we do keep stepping on each other.
With long guns over here, upside down flags on the back of their uniforms. Some of the patches on the back of their uniforms say, "This machine kills fascists, pro-choice, and I shoot back."
Side of your screen is David Sintendry's live pictures. He is with Fox 4 photographer Mel Saavedra. They are marching there in the streets of downtown Dallas. So that is the vantage point right there in the thick of things. In the upper left-hand screen, that is the aerial picture coming to us from Sky 4 of the leading edge of a fairly significant crowd, it appears, marching through the streets in downtown Dallas at the moment. This event began at the Dallas City Hall Plaza, and they gathered there. There have been some speakers. We have brought those to you live as they have happened. And now, just as they did in previous demonstrations, they have taken to the streets of downtown Dallas, where they are now marching. And David, you talked about the weather. It is, in the 50s. I see people are wearing jackets, and wondering if that potentially kept the crowds a little bit smaller today, although it does look, especially when you get the bird's eye view from Sky 4, you have several thousand people for sure.
All right, so if you guys can hear me right now, again, what we're seeing is a select couple of counter-protesters who are really drawing a lot of attention at the front lines of this protest. One of them is political commentator slash comedian Alex Stein, who has a large following, is very known for disrupting people at different sort of protests and events like that. Standing next to him is what appears to be Elmer Stewart Rhodes. Stewart Rhodes was founder of the Oath Keepers. He was convicted for his role in January 6th, and he's out here at the front lines of this protest. Again, it's becoming a bit violent. You are seeing people starting to push and shove. You are seeing people having to keep some people back. Dallas Police Department, again, right now, getting in the middle of something, taking some person down. There's some masked individual with sunglasses who multiple DPD officers right now are taking down into a corner off Main Street. We want to apologize for any sort of delays that we have with our signal up here. But again, what our camera is on right now, what I'm seeing is multiple Dallas police officers taking away someone who we can't tell who, but they have sunglasses on, they have a mask on. And again, we don't know what Dallas Police Department is trying to do with taking some of these people off to the side. We don't know if this person is actually being arrested. We don't know if this person is simply just being taken off to the side for questioning, for maybe their own safety, because they are in the front of a lot of people who are opposed to their beliefs. But there definitely seems to be some sort of antagonizing nature. And then people who are physically pushing back at these people who are trying to counter-protest.
What news show are you from?
We're with Channel 4, sir.
Huh?
So right now we are at the corner of Irvay and Main Street here in downtown Dallas. And there's not a whole lot of marching that's going on right now.
No Kings Protest describes itself as an organization, an activist coalition created by Indivisible, describing itself as a nationwide movement.
And it appears this person is being taken into custody, or at least their arms being held back, but you see some sort of U.S. badge on his front left hip. So we're not sure who this person potentially is with, but Dallas police are holding this person in custody.
There they go right there.
Can you say, hello? Is this person being detained? Is this person being arrested? Can you say, is this person being detained, arrested?
Oh, he's going to jail.
He's going to jail? I see a U.S. badge on him. Is he a federal agent? There's a U.S. badge on this person. So just a confusing situation, because a Dallas PD officer just told me this person is going to jail. He does have some sort of a U.S. law enforcement badge on his hip. Don't know if it's legitimate or not, but he's being held up against this wall right now with his hands behind his back. 2 Dallas police officers on him. Again, one officer just told me he is going to jail. We don't know exactly for what, but this march has turned into a standstill here at the intersection of Main Street and Irvay, as you see more DPD officers coming in right now, trying to do what they can to bring some calmness to this situation, as there are protesters and counter-protesters just going right at it with each other. So here you see, we're gonna go back over here for a second. Again, not sure who this individual is, because they had a mask up, had sunglasses on. There's some sort of law enforcement badge on his left hip, but is that gun they're pulling off of him? Was that gun on him? Was that gun on him? They didn't want to answer. My photographer is saying that gun was on the person who's being taken into custody right now. Looks like Dallas police just took the clip out of it. And again, can't tell who this person is or what that badge was on his left hip, if it was legitimate or not, but you see 4 officers surrounding him right now. And again, a minute ago, I was told directly from one of these officers, oh, he's going to jail. There's a Ziploc bag right now they're also going through that they pulled away from him. Not sure what's inside, but this was one person who was with a small group of counter-protesters who were going back and forth. That looks like, I don't want to assume, but something was just pulled off his person and placed into a Ziploc bag, as this protest, again, this march, has really just stopped here in the middle of downtown Dallas over at Irvay and Main Street. Officers patting this person down right now. Seems like the gentleman is being cooperative. He is answering questions with officers. They have taken a few things off his person, including that weapon. And it looks like right now they might be just finding a vehicle to place him in. I think what we're going to do is head back over this way now. We'll try to get some information from Dallas police on what that was all about. But again, here at the intersection of Main Street and Hervey, a much more visible Dallas Police Department presence as you see officers here, one with pepper balls right here, just in case that needs to be used against anyone in the crowd. Earlier on in this protest, we did not see Dallas police officers, really except for a couple of them at the front guiding people and making sure that the roads were clear. But obviously with all the tension that you see right now, Dallas police making much more of a presence out here during this protest. The march is continuing on. I think what we're going to do is try to get to the front of it again. We don't want to get lost in the middle of it. But this is moving forward, led by this truck that some organizers are speaking through a megaphone on. And you still see a couple of counter protesters at the front lines and a few people following them. Again, at the front, we are now turning on to Elm Street. The chants now are no ice in our streets. And if you were listening in earlier, the protest, the rally, I should say, had a lot of speakers, had about a dozen speakers, and the majority of the conversations were about ICE activity here in Dallas. So that's what the conversation was about during the last No Kings protests we saw. But again, times have changed, and obviously we're in the middle of a war right now with Iran, with Israel. And I thought that was maybe going to be discussed a bit more at this protest. A couple speakers brought it up, but most of the focus was still on ICE enforcement. I was talking to the organizer before all this happened, the head organizer of this protest, and she was saying the reason that they were going to stick to more ICE conversation topics was because they believe that is what is the most pressing topic here in Dallas. I'm not sure what this person was trying to accomplish. I know he was just hurling some insults at the Dallas police officers. He was speaking through a megaphone right in front of their face. I don't know if there's anything illegal about what he's doing. Looks like he might be holding up a press pass right now that was given out by the organizers of the protest.
Hold here.
So let's, so right here, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about a dozen Dallas PD officers right now holding a line right here as the protest is what appears to be coming around this corner. On the other side of where we are, there is that group of counter protesters, mostly by themselves right now. It doesn't seem like any of the No Kings protesters are conversing with them or getting in a back and forth with them like we saw earlier. For the most part, this looks like just people who are on the counter side of things, making their voices heard, making their presence felt. At the leading that pack, it seems, is, I was mentioning earlier, conservative commentator Alex Stein, who is local to Dallas. He is talking with his group over there, and looks like he's on a live stream. Stuart Rhodes is with him as well, who is founder of the Oath Keepers, who we've reported on it many times. He's the one with the eye patch and the cowboy hat on right there. There are a couple people who it seems like are following them, who are hurling some inappropriate language. Again, sorry for that. But what's interesting right now is, you know, for just a handful of counter protesters right here, what we see is law enforcement stepping in front of them as the march is coming in this direction. So we're about to be met head on with, you know, a couple thousand No Kings protesters and then police standing in front to separate between a handful of counter protesters. Some of these officers have their pepper ball guns out here just in case anything needs to be used. Hopefully not. But probably gonna get out here to the center just to show you guys exactly where we're at. I can tell you, as Dallas police officers are holding this line right now, I can tell you that we have not seen any sort of any sort of these counter protests before at any of these No Kings protests in the past. So, language, sir. Language, sir. So, again,
protest now, baby. Protest 99 Alex Stein, the pro-America protest.
So we have a couple people out here who are, again, countering this protest, saying it's a pro-America protest. This is just a handful of people who are standing in front of what is a couple thousand people here at this No Kings protest. Again, we have not seen any sort of counter-protest at these previous No Kings protests here in Dallas. Nothing has gotten this heated, I should say, before.
Dallas, Texas.
This is, again, it's just a handful of counter protesters. I know I keep saying that, but I want to emphasize that. It really is just a handful of counter protesters, and these handful of counter protesters are really responsible for bringing out a line of Dallas police officers and seeing all this confrontation in the streets compared to the last protest that we covered for No Kings, where it was really just a lot of peaceful marching throughout downtown. We've seen multiple people so far either pulled aside or taken into custody by Dallas police. Don't know the extent of what any possible charges might be. We always know that in any protest, we know that Dallas Police Department is usually right around the corner just waiting in case anything crazy happens. Well, today that happened as a handful of counter protesters really are responsible for this happening, and it shows you just how quickly Dallas Police Department will jump in if they feel they need to. They're usually right around the corner, not wanting to be seen, just wanting to let people protest and go about their business. But when something like this happens, where people are getting confrontational, where there's a little bit of violence, you know, pushing and shoving like we saw today, within minutes, you see them come out and step into action. And it looks like probably for the remainder of this protest, we are going to see Dallas Police Department at the front of this protest just doing what it can to make sure that people are not hurt, do the best that they can. For those who are familiar with downtown Dallas, over to my left is the eyeball, the famous eyeball that everyone knows in downtown. So just trying to give you guys an idea for where we are at. 1 block up from Main Street. And we see more Dallas police officers pulling up in vehicles now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 vehicles actually pulling up. Not sure if anyone's actually getting... Let's see what's going on over here, because there appears to be... Sorry. Dallas police just asking us to get on the sidewalk, which it's interesting because the whole march is in the street. So I'm not sure if they're trying to clean portions of this up or what, but we're getting away from the protest just for a minute. Excuse the rawness of everything, but this is just, you know, myself and our photographer Mel, who has his camera. We're just walking and talking and trying to show you what we see. So very raw out here, but we saw a handful of police vehicles pull up this way. Just wanted to see what's going on, if anything interesting is happening. And it really just appears to be the same sort of confrontation between counter-protesters, a handful of them, again, and then a few protesters.
Wait, you guys call them minor attractive people. Wait a minute, why are you changing it? Minor attractive people.
I think what we're going to get, we're walking, again, down on Elm Street here in downtown, 1 block up from Main Street. We're at Elm and Packard, and I think what we'll do is kind of just stay here for a second, get a shot, and show you what everything is looking like. So, you know, here we are on a Saturday afternoon, and these protests that are typically calm and just people doing a 20-30 minute march in a circle around downtown, quite a different scene right now, because Dallas Police Department is involved really just because of a handful of opposition protesters who have really led to tense conversations with a bunch of protesters who've gotten in the way.
So as we are watching David Sintendry reporting live in the streets of downtown Dallas, David was mentioning Stuart Rhodes, the founder of Oath. It also appears that Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys, was there, in fact, trying to disrupt David's live shot just a few moments ago. I'm just kind of curious if how they would feel if he was trying to interrupt their broadcasts, but both of them were convicted for their roles in the 2021 Capitol riot, and then both of those men were pardoned by President Donald Trump. So a little bit of perspective there as the crowds grow and swell in the streets of downtown Dallas. There are more than 3,100 No Kings demonstrations scheduled across the country today. So this is not something that is specific or unique to North Texas. These are scheduled all over in every state, including Alaska, inside the Arctic Circle. The Nation magazine has described this weekend's events as potentially becoming the biggest single day of protest in U.S. history. Previous No Kings protests in June and October of 2025 were already among the largest single-day demonstrations in history, according to the Harvard University Crowd Counting Consortium. And I have a difficult time. We talked about this last year when we were covering these. I am personally not the best at judging crowd size by pictures. It's a little deceptive. When I'm out in the field, I always lean on the police and try to ask law enforcement officials to eyeball it. They can do a better job at doing that. But a significant number of people have turned out today into downtown Dallas. Again, this started at Dallas City Hall. And you can see the group making their way through the streets currently. So this is also something that our viewers need to be wary of if you have plans on this Saturday afternoon that bring you out and about. I saw a bit of traffic back up myself coming in from Arlington into downtown Dallas ahead of today's rally getting underway. The one in Dallas there runs until 3 o'clock. It began at noon. And when we talk about 3,100 No Kings demonstrations across the whole nation, more than 25 in North Texas specifically. And we have brought you coverage of that this morning. Frisco, Denton, Carrollton, Garland, Southlake, Plano. But the banner events are in Dallas and in Fort Worth. And they tried to stagger the way that these events were rolled out today. And downtown Dallas, we're in the thick of things. And we're gearing up for Fort Worth's event, which started at 2, and it's going to run until 5. And our own Vanya Castillo is there. We have teams that are covering this from every angle. But back to downtown Dallas, we want to talk about these counter-protesters that David has been showing us and appear to be on the flanks of the main crowd itself. And some of those people have been causing a bit of trouble for police. David.
Yeah, so I can tell you that, again, I'll just keep reiterating it, it's just a very small handful of counter-protesters who are at the front lines, and they have caused a major disruption for just being so small of a group. Again, everyone has the right to protest, though, so no matter what side of a debate you're on, everyone has the right to be out here and protest. There are lines, obviously, that you can cross, and it appears some may have done so, and that's why we saw Dallas Police Department take a couple people either into custody or just off to the side for some sort of questioning. The protest is starting to pick up more because we walked a few blocks uninterrupted right now with Dallas Police Department leading at the front of the line. They had to do so, stepping in. A lot of times these protests do not have any sort of Dallas police presence at the front. Police are usually just off to the side, maybe a couple of them, and then dozens more around the corner somewhere at some sort of station monitoring, maybe with drones, maybe with some intel on the ground, who knows, but they usually are monitoring from afar and just making sure everything is going right and only stepping in if they feel that they have to. That's obviously what happened this afternoon after the march was interrupted multiple times. People were pushing and shoving with counter-protesters, and it just got a bit out of hand for a while. So we are continuing to walk down Elm, and we are actually not too far from our station, Casey, but we are off Elm and Griffin right now, approaching the Elm and Griffin intersection, and it appears Dallas Police Department is making some sort of a stop right now. They're trying to keep a lot of people who aren't a part of the protest onto the sidewalk, including the counter-protesters who now it appears are spilling back into the street, or at least crossing at this point in time. It is interesting that a select handful of people can cause such a disruption at a protest of thousands of people, but that's what we're seeing, and this is not the first time, that's happened across the country. It's not unheard of, but also not exactly common. The last handful of protests that we've covered, we haven't seen anything like this for the most part. Really hasn't been a lot of opposition at these No Kings protests. It's just been a couple thousand people, or I think one protest was up to 5,000 people potentially. And they did a circle around blocks of downtown and got back to City Hall, and that was it. It was over. But I haven't seen anything like what we saw today regarding these No Kings protests. You can hear the chant right now of what they're saying is ICE out of Texas and ICE out of Dallas. I was mentioning earlier, that still is the major talking point of people here at this No Kings protest. I was thinking that we may have heard more conversations about the war with Iran. That was mentioned a few times, but not as much as you might think, considering how a war affects everyone in the country. That really wasn't a big talking point at the podium from the dozen speakers that we heard earlier at City Hall. So one thing that's interesting based upon my past experience with these protests, they usually keep the same route in downtown. Usually they start off at City Hall, they come up here toward Elm, and then they take a left where we're approaching right now at Griffin Street. And it looks like that's going to happen again. So if you can see behind us, we are at the front of the line of the protest right now, and then behind us over here is where you see a line of Dallas police officers. Appears to indicate that they're wanting people to go here to the left back towards City Hall because they're blocking this street here on Elm, not wanting people to continue to move forward. So that's what it appears to be. I think we're going to see these protesters probably take a left and start to head back towards City Hall right now where this began. And from there, the protest will likely wrap up. This was only supposed to go until 3 o'clock, but everything got started a bit late today. So let's see, what are we at now? 2:30. So I think they're probably going to head back towards City Hall. But right now we're just at a pause here at the intersection of Elm and Griffin. We'll give you a shot again of the front of the protest. I wish I could tell you how many people are taking part in it, but it definitely seems to be a couple thousand. That's just something I would safely guess, but maybe we can get some official numbers from the city later on today. As far as the small number of counter-protesters, I do not see them here at the front anymore. That doesn't mean they are not here, but I just do not see them here right now. So not sure if they are somewhere else or if they've given up for now or if anything has happened, but Dallas PD now telling people to move, and they're actually marching forward, continuing to go down Elm. So it looks like, I could be wrong, but let's see what happens here. It looks like the protest is going to continue down Elm Street, heading toward Lamar. For those who know downtown Dallas, we are probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where JFK was assassinated. You could see that whole Dealey Plaza area just down the road from us right now. But thankfully we haven't seen any sort of physical aggression here in the past few minutes. After Dallas PD got involved a few blocks ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, it seems like things have leveled out a little bit, and this has become more of a vocal protest instead of the isolated instances of, you know, physical pushing back and forth and confrontations and a lot of intense stuff. Casey.
David, before we began this broadcast, I was reading what you had posted to X, and it was some information from some of the event organizers, and we were stepping on one another a little bit earlier, but I want to read this to our viewers. The No Kings protests, organized by the activist coalition Indivisible, which describes itself as a nationwide movement aiming to stop the rise of authoritarianism in the United States and build a real democracy that works for every American. Driving the movement at the national level, prominent progressive organizations, including Indivisible, 5051, and Move On. But the demonstrations are all organized locally by coalitions of hundreds of groups spanning civil rights organizations, labor unions, religious communities, and nonprofits. They're focused on a number of things, but the movement's name is drawn from the founding American principle that no individual should hold unchecked monarch-like power, which they allege Donald Trump and his administration is doing. And it is a rallying cry in America, we have no kings. That is where this whole namesake of these events come from. And David, you're talking about how this is different from the last one that we covered together, and there seems to be a bit more agitation. People seem to be a bit more fired up. It still appears to be relatively peaceful. I mean, we know what anarchy looks like, but you point out the two distinct differences, David, between what you're seeing now as opposed to last year.
Our streets, rule the streets. Our streets, rule the streets.
I mean, honestly, just telling it like it is, I don't think there's that big of a difference in the actual rally and protest. I think the only difference is that we saw a small handful of counter-protesters this time. I don't recall seeing counter-protesters at the last No Kings protest, or at least I don't recall seeing any counter-protesters standing at the front of the march trying to disrupt it and saying that this is now their protest and that this is a pro-America protest. So we didn't see any of that, and even though it's just a handful of people, that led to some sort of confrontation, and I think that just had a ripple effect across the crowd. So I don't really, again, see a major difference in the No Kings protesters here today. I just think for the first time they were met with a bit of opposition, and because that happened, you see Dallas Police Department get involved to be proactive and hopefully not allow anyone to get injured or hurt. So that's the best analysis I can give to it. I think the crowd size is probably a bit smaller than the first No Kings protest we saw last summer. Again, I think I'm like you, where I'm not the best at giving a head count estimate at how many people are out here, especially because we're on the ground and I don't have a bird's eye view. But I can tell you that I have not seen, other than these cases of a few pushing and shoving instances, you're not seeing people, you know, tipping over trash cans or throwing water bottles or anything like that. Where, if you remember last year, I'm not sure what month it was, and it wasn't a No Kings protest, but we were over on the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge, I believe, in West Dallas, and there was a different type of protest that happened that evening. I think it was late spring, maybe early summer, and we saw some protesters who were upset with actions of ICE, and they were getting a bit violent, throwing water bottles and different things over at officers, and some of those officers had to bust out their shoot pepper balls at protesters, and that is not anything of like what we're seeing here today. That was a full-on year ago, and again, a different type of protest. It was at night. This is a daytime protest, which in the daytime you typically see the more cooler heads prevailing, and you typically see maybe people who are a bit older, people with families coming out here, and then they go home afterwards, where the nighttime protests that I was referencing from last year, you know, a lot of younger people when it's happening after dark. It does appear that this is heading back towards City Hall right now, as we just passed the Main Street and Lamar Street intersection, heading now toward Commerce and City Hall. It's not too far from us. But yeah, as far as those notes that you were talking about, Casey, that you were reading on air, this is an organized group. It's the same group here in Dallas that has organized all of these No Kings protests. They were telling me that nationally there are a lot of organizations involved in the No Kings movement, including Planned Parenthood and the ACLU, two very popular organizations who have a lot of funding that can help organize these protests in so many different areas. But then in certain cities, you know, they work with different local groups like this one, Indivisible Dallas, that's been around since 2017, and they're taking over the organizing for this event, mainly focusing on ICE actions, but then spreading it to a broad conversation about politics. I mean, some of the speakers who were at the podium today before this march happened will flat out say they are not capitalists, as the United States is. They are socialists or democratic socialists. And these are local groups who are contributing to the organization of these rallies. And they are talking about a much more broader picture of what they want to see in policy and politics. And they have their voice. Again, about a dozen people spoke. Different topics for a lot of them, but ICE at the forefront for a lot of it, but then it stretches out to more broader conversations. You got punched in the face?
Yeah. He punched two people, and he swung at me and caught me and crazed me in the face. They arrested him, but they didn't do anything to the other guy.
Where was that at?
Right back, way back that way.
The gentleman was just saying he got hit in the face.
They arrested him.
And someone got arrested. We'll have to follow up with Dallas PD and get a check about how many people were arrested. He has video of it?
Yes.
Okay.
The police are catering to them, by the way. Dallas Police Department catering to Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Bottom line.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So, yeah, basically, we just had a gentleman come up to us and say he got punched in the face by one of the counter protesters. We can't substantiate any of those claims. We didn't see it. We haven't talked to police about it. So we'll see what comes out afterward. But Dallas Police Department has been very good always in the past at getting us information about how many people have been arrested, the details of these protests, what it's seen out here, its enforcement actions, etc. We do see some people with masks out here, which, you know, likely to cover their identity. We're obviously years away from the pandemic. Some people might still choose to wear a mask, but we do see some people who are choosing to wear a mask. And there is a group over here to my right. Mel, if you're comfortable with me, you want to just follow me real quick? One thing I want to show, standing next to this Dallas police officer, there is a group of people here. They have long guns out here. They're wearing camouflage. I was looking at some of the patches on their uniforms, and it talks about, quote, Community Liberation Brigade. That's what they classify themselves as, CLB, Community Liberation Brigade. They have patches on their backpacks that say medic, so they have tools in here, I guess, for first aid. They also have some patches that say, quote, Anti-Nazi Infantry Unit. They are masked. I'm not sure where the organization from these folks came from, but they are here in the center of things, offering some sort of aid, I would imagine, for protesters. I don't know if there's been any sort of confrontation with them. You know, they do have weapons out here, and it seems like Dallas Police Department is walking alongside of them. They are walking alongside of them. I'm not sure if they're... Are you able to talk, sir? Able to talk? No? Okay. I was just asking a Dallas police officer is able to talk, but he's not allowed to. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about half a dozen Dallas police officers right now here around this group that's just walking. Again, nothing has happened to necessarily raise an alarm, but DPD obviously just doing its job and just keeping an eye on things here in the middle of this section of the march. It will be interesting to see how many people were taken into custody throughout this afternoon. Like I said, we have just seen a few, and we don't know for what reason, or if there have been charges that have actually been filed, or if in one case we saw someone pulled off to the side but not placed in handcuffs, but he was sat down by officers. We don't know what came up from that, but we did see the one gentleman over on Main Street who was taken into custody with handcuffs. Officer said, quote, oh, he's going to jail. We just don't know what for. But we're continuing to walk down Lamar. City Hall is over to our left. And maybe, do you want to cut over this way to get to City Hall? I'm talking to our photographer, Mel, right now about maybe getting around this group of protesters so we can get a nice view when they arrive back at City Hall. I can tell you now, because I know Casey was wondering about how many people were out here, and I was saying maybe a couple thousand. I can't tell you specifically, but what I can tell you is that we are covering 1, 2, 3, I believe 4 blocks long of protesters. 4 blocks of Lamar Street I can see protesters stretched back to. So if that gives you maybe some sort of an idea on how many people are out here. I know we had a chopper up earlier, so I'm sure some of that footage has been put on air. But typically, as these protests start to wrap up, as it appears right now, we're getting back towards City Hall. There will be some sort of come together moment at the end. Maybe some music will play, maybe one more final speech, and that'll probably be it. Everyone will go on their way. Typically, we don't see a whole lot of crazy aftermath post-protest when they start early on during the day. We've seen some protests, as I was mentioning earlier, like one last year over by the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge, that got a bit violent at night and some people were arrested. That was a nighttime thing that started off later in the evening at like 6 o'clock, and then once nighttime came around, things got a little out of control. But now, only, being mid-afternoon, most people you got to expect will probably be heading back to their homes here from downtown Dallas, and we don't expect to see anything carrying on through the evening, but you never know. I can tell you again, though, that in covering the handful of No Kings protests that we've seen here in Dallas, this is the first time I've had to see dozens of Dallas police officers escorting people and being right there with them. So, an interesting sight here on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, law enforcement all across North Texas has been preparing for this day, and these people are, of course, specially trained. And in particular, the bigger cities like Dallas and in Fort Worth, they are very highly specially trained in crowd control tactics and other methods that are being used that really aren't discussed because they don't want the public to know them and they don't want the public to know the game plan. But I can assure you that there are probably snipers on some rooftop buildings there in downtown Dallas that are looking and watching the crowd closely from above. And you see the police officers there trying to do that defensive line to keep the crowd from marching in one direction and try to corral them, if you will, back toward the direction of City Hall, as we are now 2:50 in the afternoon and about 10 minutes or so away from what was technically supposed to be the end of the event in Dallas. As David talked about, it got underway a little bit later. So they are running a little bit behind, but it appears at this point they're moving back in the direction of City Hall. At the end of the day, folks, supporters call what's happening around the country defense of democracy. Critics call it a political overreaction. And at the center of it all, deep divisions in the country over topics like immigration, war, and presidential power, the use of executive authority. And you do have a number of people, some of those counter-protesters that are pointing out that the border was in chaos when President Trump took office, and that ICE is enforcing existing law, that they're not doing extreme measures. And critics of the protests say that the opposition is undermining the federal law enforcement operation. So, you've got two very clear sides on this. A number of Americans are watching this and wondering why people are taking to the streets, because they view President Trump and his administration and Republicans as doing what voters elected them to do. But then you also have a large segment of the population that has become energized, that feel like they cannot sit idle and watch some of the things that have been unfolding in the country, and they feel moved to get out in the streets and march, to have their voices heard. We're talking about a war in Iran, economic issues, affordability issues with tariffs, and all of the legal actions that are following with that. Also, of course, the war in Iran and the immigration enforcement. ICE is holding events in Minneapolis. In fact, No Kings protest being held in Minneapolis, drawing some superstars, and you can bet that ICE is probably the number one talker of people there. But here in North Texas, it does appear that despite affordability and some of the other issues like war that are plaguing the country, political and social issues at the moment, a lot of focus was placed on immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, and people not happy with the idea over mass deportations. Of course, you have the high-profile ICE shootings of U.S. Citizens that were killed by ICE agents. And, people have been very unhappy about the increased federal enforcement presence. So, again, two very clear sides on this issue on this Saturday afternoon. A sweeping protest movement with a wide range of grievances, again, not just in the United States, but also in other parts of the United States and also in other parts of North Texas, I should say. So this is in all 50 states, and in North Texas alone, more than 25 No Kings rallies were planned. You're looking at the largest in downtown Dallas. As organizers continue to make their way through the streets, crowds continue to march, and they are headed back in the direction of City Hall. David Centendry is on the ground for us in downtown Dallas. And David, we are approaching the top of the hour, and we will do a reset, so to speak, at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock for any new viewers that might be joining us. But David, if you can just set the scene for us as you make your way with your photographer back to Dallas City Hall, right in the thick of it, right in the middle of all those people we're watching.
Yeah. Yeah, Casey, so we are back at City Hall. We're going to stop right here, I think, at Akron and Young. We're going to get out of the way a little bit because there's someone with a speaker who might just be going over our microphone. We want to make sure you guys are able to hear us. But we're walking back up toward Dallas City Hall right now, and a much different protest than what we have seen in the past for the No Kings rallies. And as we approach back here, there's a bunch of music playing, there's people selling t-shirts and buttons, and it's, you know, as peaceful as you could really see over here. You would not have expected it to look like this compared to what it looked like 30 minutes ago at the beginning of the protest, where you saw some confrontations with that small group of agitators and people at the front line, preventing the protesters from really marching, or at least obstructing a bit of the way for them to march in the middle of the street. So Dallas Police Department is what I want to show you right now. Dallas police officers, I should say again. We've seen this site. We've seen about 24 officers at the front line, just making sure that everything is clear as these folks continue to march throughout downtown, do about a 1 mile, mile and a half loop or so, I'd want to say, throughout downtown. And trying to see exactly what's going on right now. Some Dallas police officers running away real quick, but you know, this will be the static location as they get back to Dallas City Hall, and not sure what's happening here. We just saw a group of Dallas police officers take off running in a direction over toward Main Street, about 4, 5, 6 of them. Could be, don't want to assume anything, who knows, but this is the headline though of the protest coming back here. It's been led by this Honda truck that's at the front with some of the organizers just sitting in the bed of this truck. They have a PA instructing different chants for people throughout the walk. This has been, you know, like many protests that happen in the early afternoon, this one has been one with multiple families. I have seen plenty of young children, and I've seen plenty of older adults, people who have, you know, decades of life experience, many decades of life experience. And then here at the front of this line, you do see what appears to be some pretty young people. I'll say during the speakers earlier, one of the largest sounds of applause was for a high school student who had been organizing some of those ICE walkouts here in Dallas. And he spoke for about 10 minutes or so, just talking about his perspective. He wanted to make sure that he was not speaking on behalf of Dallas ISD because, as you know, Governor Greg Abbott had gotten involved and was saying there had better not be any sort of assistance from school officials in these walkouts. And the state was investigating if any of that were to take place. So this student got up there talking and talked about his experience leading these walkouts and was saying, I want to make clear, I'm speaking only on behalf of myself, not anything to do with Dallas ISD. But again, saying that to reiterate that there are a lot of young people out here, there are a lot of people with many years of life experience, and apologies for any of that foul language. We have heard plenty of that foul language directed toward President Trump out here today. Only so much we can avoid being in a group this large. But I'm going to step out of the way so you can get a nice view of the steps of City Hall and see where people are just starting to gather as this really just appears to be wrapping up. But Dallas police standing down here as we approach City Hall. They're no longer standing at the front end of the protesters. We're letting them come back here, and they're staying down here on the street. Again, one of the big things for Dallas Police Department whenever you have a protest is, I think you were mentioning this earlier, Casey, just traffic enforcement, because obviously you want your just traditional basic safety measures in place to make sure that no vehicles are going to be crossing paths when you have thousands of people walking on a city street. And then on top of that, you want to make sure that, God forbid, someone were going to be doing something disruptive with a vehicle. You don't want anything like that to take place around just a bunch of innocent people exercising their rights to protest in these streets.
Good afternoon, everybody. Casey Stiegel here in the Fox 4 News digital studios. We are broadcasting live in downtown Dallas and across the Metroplex this afternoon, monitoring and covering what is called a National Day of Movement, and North Texas certainly not immune to that. You are looking at live pictures of the so-called No Kings March or No Kings Rally that is underway right now in downtown Dallas. We are on the tail end of it, but a massive crowd of several thousand people, it appears. You can see from those Sky 4 pictures on the right-hand side of your screen and on the left-hand side of your screen, pictures that are coming to us from our live ground camera. Fox 4 has numerous teams in place covering every second of the action for you. While it has been a relatively peaceful afternoon, considering all of the people that have turned out to downtown Dallas to protest Donald Trump and the Trump administration's policies, a few incidents have caught our attention. This just crossing into the newsroom, a confirmation from Dallas Police, which echoes what David Centendry was told moments ago, live on the ground from an actual police officer. Dallas Police confirming this afternoon that one person has been detained. We are not sure if it is the person we just so happened to capture video of, but we want to show you that now. This was around 2:10 this afternoon. You had Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers, Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys. They are getting into a confrontation with some of the counter-protesters, and one man was detained, and we proceeded to watch Dallas Police pull out what looks like a firearm of some sort off of that person. And we also saw them bagging up some knives that they were putting into Ziploc baggies that they had pulled off of that individual as well. Our camera vantage point spotted what appeared to be a law enforcement badge on the belt of that person that Dallas Police were detaining. Now, whether that is in fact an authentic badge, if that person is indeed a member of law enforcement, that remains unclear at this point. But you're looking at the video that was shot of that man there in the tan hat with the gaiter over his face, covering most of his face, that mask there, as police pushed him up against a pole and detained him. What precipitated that? Unclear at this point. But David Centendry was there and captured it live and was asking the police officers themselves what was going on. Didn't get a whole lot of information from Dallas PD, but David asked if that guy was going to jail, and the police officer told us he was. And again, at 3:01 on this Saturday afternoon, Dallas Police confirming to Fox 4 that one person has been detained. They use the word detained, not arrested, so don't know if any criminal charges will be filed. But there you see that shot of what appears to be a law enforcement badge on that man's hip. And I don't know if right next to it is a baton, which is a law enforcement piece of equipment, those batons that police officers can use. That's what it looks like to my eye from where I'm sitting. But the police are talking to him, and we'll let the video continue to play out, and you'll see it appears that they brought a firearm off of that gentleman, and there you see the badge there really getting U.S. something. I can't make that out. Again, whether that is legit, we do not know at this point. This is just information as it is coming into us. We are digesting it and trying to verify information with you live. But this is one of numerous events going on all over the country, and specifically here in North Texas. I'm trying to read what that badge says. FTI. I'm not sure what that would be off of the top of my head, but you'll see in a moment they pull out Ziploc bags, and they're removing from his pockets what appear to be knives. But we don't know, again, if any formal arrests or criminal charges will come from this. That gentleman that we just took away from had an ice jacket on, and I can tell by looking at a real ice jacket that that was not authentic. So you have some people that are also dressed in a certain way, in a certain manner, to draw attention to themselves. But this thing has been drawing thousands of people to downtown Dallas this afternoon. And Fox 4's David Centendry has been right in the middle of all of it, and we want to rejoin David and get an update from what he is seeing there on the ground as folks make their way back to Dallas City Hall and things start to wind down in what has been a pretty eventful afternoon, David.
Yeah, quite eventful, Casey. As you just mentioned, things are winding down, appearing to be, as we just arrived back at City Hall. It's interesting that Dallas police confirmed, yes, one person in custody. So, it appears we know who that person was. It was the person who a Dallas police officer told me, oh, he's going to jail. He was placed in handcuffs. At least one weapon was taken off his person. We saw some other things put in his Ziploc bags from him. But we have seen Dallas Police Department talking with other people and pulling one person off to the side where it looked like they, I don't know what wording you would want to use, if they detained this person. They're saying they only detained one person, but very clearly there was at least a second person who was blocking the front vehicle of the march and blocking people, and multiple DPD officers came and grabbed him, and they forcefully took him off to the side and they sat him down in a parking lot. And if that's not detainment, we'll have to find out what word they would be using for that. So not sure. We'll follow up with DPD on that. But I guess at this point in time, one person has been detained. We saw a video of that. We'll keep you updated on what we learned from it. But yeah, this has been going on for several hours now. Everything got underway around noon, and we've seen plenty of people heading back to their cars already right now. Once this march got over, a lot of people are heading on for their day. It's been a long day. It is a little bit chillier compared to what we've seen in days past, of course. I mean, I think we're at 58, 59, 60 degrees right now. So a lot of people had to be out here in their jackets. Other than those confrontations with the small group of counter-protesters, everything has been peaceful physically. We have heard
All right, David Centendry's shot frozen there. That is the joy of bringing you this live coverage. We also have communication issues, and when you think about the number of people that are all converged on downtown Dallas at the moment, and I guarantee you almost every one of them has a cell phone, and that can sometimes jam up and gum up some of the communications, and so that prohibits us from getting information and pictures and live video out to you, the viewer. But you're looking at Sky 4 video right there on the Dallas City Hall Plaza, and people are gathered on the steps there. This event was supposed to be ending at 3 o'clock this afternoon. They did get underway a little bit later, so we expect there to be a little bit of carryover, but folks were marching through the streets, and then the police sort of directed them and corralled them back to the Dallas City Hall Plaza, where folks will be wrapping things up and heading to their cars and heading home. But for our viewers that are joining us, and if you have plans bringing you in and around downtown Dallas this afternoon, be extremely mindful that when you have got this number of people out there, that also causes a real issue and a real headache on the roads. In fact, some of our own Fox 4 news producers trying to get to work to help put together this evening's newscast for you. We're sending text messages talking about how big of a nightmare it was just trying to get in to downtown Dallas just in the last 30, 40 minutes. So folks need to be aware of this, but a very big turnout in the city of Dallas, North Texas. A number of cities have hosted these No Kings protests and demonstrations. Frisco, Denton, Carrollton, Garland, South Lake, Plano. The two banner events have been in the city of Dallas and in the city of Fort Worth. And the Fort Worth event is underway right now, and it is going a little bit later this afternoon. In fact, it's going, I believe, until 5. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo and her photographer are on the ground there, and we are going to check in with them in a few moments. But we would like to, of course, thank Fox 4's David Sentendry and his photographer, Mel Saavedra, who have been walking with the crowds, as you have seen, right in the middle of all of the action in downtown Dallas this afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Fox Local, across Fox YouTube page and our social media platforms. Please keep it right here. We are going to take a break, and then we will join our coverage over in Fort Worth and bring you the latest from what's happening on the ground as a National Day of Movement is taking place across the country and right here in North Texas. Us on Fox Local and across Fox digital platforms as we bring you the No Kings events happening right now in Fort Worth. Again, these have been going on all morning, not just here in North Texas, but across the country. The largest events in North Texas and the Metroplex, Dallas and Fort Worth. The Dallas event, as if you've been watching us, just wrapping up as we speak at this hour in downtown Dallas, but the events in Fort Worth are running until 5 this afternoon, and there you see on the right-hand side of your screen one of the speakers that is up there at the moment. There are a number of people that are in Fort Worth. We do not know the estimated crowd size at this point. Again, we're hoping to get all of this information from the various police agencies and law enforcement groups as they will get us their official tallies. But we're going to listen in now to Fort Worth, Texas, General Square there in downtown, where someone is addressing the crowd, and let's listen in to see what they have to say.
West DFW Support Committee. So please give it up for Diana and Marcela.
Hello, everybody. I'm here today to speak about the Prairie Land defendants. I was, like millions of people that are not here today, prior to the case, I thought that this would not affect me because it wasn't directly affecting my family, and now it has, but I'm here not only because it's affecting my family and friends, but because we cannot stay quiet anymore. So for those of you who don't know about the Prairie Land case, on July 4th of last year, anti-ICE protesters held a noise demonstration at the Prairie Land Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas. They wanted to let people know inside that they were not forgotten and not alone. The protest became the Trump administration's first Antifa terrorism case. In total, 19 people have been arrested in connection to the case and are facing life-altering state and federal charges. All but one are still in custody, being held on a multi-million-dollar bail and enduring horrific conditions. The government's accusations are absurd, making it obvious that this is part of an effort to criminalize dissent in places like Minneapolis and Chicago, where people have been courageously fighting against ICE. 9 of the defendants went to trial in February and were found guilty on several charges, including riot and material support for terrorism. This was a sham trial built on political persecution and ideological attacks coming from the top. A Trump-appointed judge threw out the first jury and chose one himself. And he ruled with the prosecution to stop the defense from getting access to key evidence and witnesses. All so that the Trump can brag about Antifa terror that never really happened. The federal government relied on repression, terrorism charges, violent raids, multi-million-dollar bails, and torturous jail conditions to subvert justice and manufacture a verdict. In spite of their attempts to isolate the defendants and control the public narrative, we came together, we spoke out, fought back, and set the tone for the fight ahead. We have a long journey ahead of us. We continue fighting these federal and state charges. What happens here decides whether we keep the right to dissent and speak freely. The guilty verdict means that any person at a protest could be charged with riot or terrorism for anything that happens at the protest. We cannot back down in the face of this blatantly authoritarian repression. We need you to join us in this fight and help us undo this authoritarian verdict. Host a no demo at a jail or prison near you. Host a fundraiser with your friends and donate to the legal fund. Set up a letter writing event to show your support to the defendants. Post about it on social media. Have a roadshow presentation at your church or social events. Make your own Emma Goldman book club and read scenes mentioned in the trial. You can find out more about the fight at our website, prairielanddefendants.com. Thank you.
Switching, okay. Like it. Our next speaker is Ernie Moran. Ernie is a longtime Fort Worth resident, a former journalist, and now a public school teacher and soccer coach. Ernie advocates for progressive issues, particularly immigration and public education, at the city, county, and state level.
In 2020, the Fort Worth Arlington chapter of the National Association of Social Workers gave Ernie his Public Citizen of the Year award for his organizing activities protesting the family separation policy at the southern border. You'll also find Ernie performing at Resistance Rock tomorrow at the Cicada from 2 to 10. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Ernie. Make some noise!
They told me to use this one. Yeah, okay, thank you. Fort Worth, y'all look awesome. We gotta get a picture real quick. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on land ceded and shared by Tolkani, Kickapoo, Jumanus, Wichita, and Comanche nations. Yeah, Fort Worth, y'all look awesome. Fort Worth, no kings. I feel like I'm at a Springsteen show. I want to acknowledge the people behind us, too. All right. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Ernie Boran. I'm a native of Hollis, Queens, New York, raised in Miami, Florida. That's right, I'm East Coast Latino. I'm the son of immigrants. I'm a proud Fort Worth resident, a husband and father of 3. I'm a proud TCU graduate. And for the last 17 years, I've been a public school teacher and coach. And I'm here with one ask. I need each of you to be brave. I've watched the gradual effort by some to tear down the institution of public schools. That battle rages in Washington, D.C., in Austin, and it has arrived on our doorstep here in Fort Worth. And the people who are destroying our schools, resulting in the takeover of Fort Worth ISD by the state, it's the same people who want to dismantle DEI programs, who throw around the phrase critical race theory without any idea what it's about. It's the same people who want to erase Black and Latino history or anything that doesn't promote the white narrative from the curriculum taught to our kids. So if you haven't heard or kept up with what's happening, allow me to get you up to speed. 3 years ago, the Texas Education Agency initiated a takeover of Houston ISD because of low performances at one campus. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's exactly the reason the TEA gave as its justification when it took control of Fort Worth ISD a few months ago. The path of destruction left behind by Mike Miles, the person appointed by TEA Commissioner Mike Morath to oversee Houston ISD, is almost unbelievable. Libraries closed and turned into literal detention centers. Teachers resigning and leaving the district in droves, many of them the best and most experienced educators, and being replaced by uncertified teachers. Student enrollment down. Special education services gutted. They even had a PragerU video shown as part of the new curriculum. And now the state wants districts to adopt the Bluebonnet curriculum and literally bring Bible lessons into public schools. We know the end game, the privatization of education through taxpayer-funded vouchers and dwindling enrollment and dwindling funding of public schools. This is all straight out of the Christian nationalist playbook, right? They're dismantling the Department of Education and putting student loan programs under the Treasury Department. And it's because they don't want poor and Black and brown kids to be able to pay for college. But we have elections coming up in May and again in November. And when my students ask me about the TEA takeover, I tell them, every single person involved in the decisions was either elected or appointed by someone who was elected. So you can do something about that. Even if you're too young to vote, you can do something about that. You might have seen a viral clip last fall of my 12-year-old testifying, sitting 2 seats over from Mike Morath, and telling the chair of the House Committee on Public Education that his bill to expand STAR testing was absolute garbage. She's ready to take on the fight again by campaigning for candidates this summer who get it. So I'm imploring you to stay in the education fight. I know we're all exhausted. Fascism tries to wear us down. It throws something new at us every day. We all have limited bandwidth. I'm spending the capital I have, which is time and energy, but it's a finite resource, so we do what we can. Bravery looks different to different people. If you've never gotten involved, it might mean showing up to a rally or standing in the back. If you've been to a few of those and wanted to get involved, it might mean going to community meetings in your local precinct and speaking up. If you felt empowered there, it might mean writing letters or emails to your senators, representatives, council members, or school trustees, or even heading down to Austin to testify. If you felt especially passionate about something, it might mean joining a campaign or a cause, and text banking or phone banking. If you felt inspired, it might mean block walking for a candidate or interacting with voters. We don't all have to be as brave as each other, but we all have to be a little brave. I say peace be to you if you're willing to fight for it. Thank you for it.
All right. If y'all would, at this time, I had to learn how to say his name. Now, thank you for teaching me. Yassine Tasnif. Did I say that right? Score. All right. Yassine is a student at UTA, a board member of the Tarrant County Young Democrats, a Sunrise turned organizer, former legislative staffer, and incoming law student. Since 2020, Yassine has been organizing students across the DFW for a more just and inclusive Texas. As a queer Muslim, Yassine brings a powerful, lived, and intersectional perspective to the fight against rising Islamophobia and political attacks like the so-called Shari-Free Caucus in the Texas legislature. Standing at the intersection of identity, resilience, and resistance, make some noise for Yassine.
Lazim hai ki hum bhi dekhenge, and we too shall see. These words come from the Pakistani poet Faiz Ahmed Faiz. These are words of revolution. These Urdu language words were sung in Pakistan in the 1980s when people stood up to authoritarian rule and refused to accept fear as their future. As it was performed, the people yelled, Inqilab Zindabad. That means, long live the revolution. That means, Viva la lucha. Decades later, these words of revolution were spoken once again. They did so in the face of the fascist nationalist Prime Minister of India. People gathered in the streets to defend the idea that a country belongs to all of its people. That fascism is not welcome on our hurting, burning planet. That religious discrimination never has been and never will be acceptable. Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. My name is Yassine Tasnif and I am a child of Texas, born in Houston, raised in the Rio Grande Valley, and living in the DFW area since 2020. I am a queer South Asian Muslim Texan, and I am proud and honored to be someone who can stand up for all of my communities here today in the face of fascism. Yet our right to gather here at all is in danger. I just told y'all about that poem that they recited in protest in India. Some of those brave fighters were arrested under trumped-up charges of sedition. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like something that started getting worse in, say, 2016, 2018, 2020? 2024, 25, 26, where we are right now? It's why I bring these words here, because that promise that we too shall see is not just about the past, it's about right now. It's about what happens when we refuse to be divided. What happens when we refuse to be ruled by fear? When we choose solidarity amongst ourselves in the face of fascist policies that try to tell us that we don't belong. Just 8 days ago was the Holy Muslim Festival of Eid al-Fitr, the holiday to end the fasting month of Ramadan. During a time of worship and celebration for the Muslim community, we've seen the formation of a so-called Sharia-free caucus in our state legislature. And let's be clear about what that means. It means that Muslim communities are seen as something to be feared and singled out. It means that we're addressed first, but everyone's religious freedoms are next. What is Sharia? Most people have no idea, and that's okay, but what is not okay is when you create a whole entire caucus against something that we define for ourselves. I'll define it for you. Sharia is defined as the clear path, the rules by which Muslims around the world practice their faith. It is not a uniform or static legal code, but a set of principles interpreted differently across various schools and cultures. Sharia means something very different to me than it does to other Muslims, and this applies to every one of us. So to create a caucus against something that we define for ourselves is not only ignorant, but dangerous and reprehensible. Islam teaches peace and justice. Islam teaches community and coexistence. Islam teaches us to love God and pray. Aren't those tenets shared by many of the world's religions, including Christianity? Real Muslims don't hurt others or engage in acts of terrorism. Yet when my coalition and I spoke out against it, we didn't just face disagreement, we faced real, dangerous hate from elected officials and people in power. But this moment is not just about one group, it's about what happens when fear becomes a political tool. Growing up and even now, I've had to navigate spaces where parts of me felt invisible. Spaces where I was told directly and indirectly to choose one part of myself over another. But I never had the luxury of separating who I am because I am queer and I am Muslim and I am both all the time. And living at that intersection has taught me something powerful. When you understand what it means to be pushed into the margins, you also understand what it means to fight for a world where no one is left behind. That's why we're here. That's why we're giving them that Texas heat. Because change has never come from silence, it has never come from fear, it has always come from people, ordinary people like you and me, deciding that enough is enough and that we are stronger together than we are divided. And that kind of change, real change, has always been people-led and rooted in community. It looks like showing up, it looks like speaking out, it looks like standing next to someone whose story is different from yours and saying, your fight is my fight too. And luckily, this alone shows us that we have so much solidarity, in fact, that we're all going to vote as we're able, like we never have before, and we're going to bring 10 family members and friends to the polls with us, each. We're all going to leave this event as registered voters as we are able. We're all going to become VTRs and election workers and election judges so that they don't try to steal the process from us. We're all going to make sure our elected officials know us by name as the ones that'll call them and email them and demand to never bow down to a so-called king. We're all going to learn more about the Muslim community and learn how we can protect them. So I'll end where I began. Lazim hai ki hum bhi dekhenge, and we too shall see. We shall see what happens when people come together and refuse to be divided. We shall see what happens when communities stand firm in their dignity and their humanity. We shall see a future shaped not by fear, but by courage, and we too shall see. Thank you.
This was old swag, dude. This is old swag. This was the golf tournament. They gave it out at
No fair, friends, we are going to march. I know you're wondering. Quick announcement. I just want to highlight an important event happening on May 1st. On May 1st, labor unions, immigrant rights groups, anti-war groups, and many others will hold a major protest at Dallas City Hall. My group, Indivisible, is a part of this coalition as well, the May Day Coalition. It's a powerful coalition of organizations geared to bring the Trump agenda to its knees. So everyone here commit today to call out of work on Friday, May 1st, and join the protest at 1 p.m. at Dallas City Hall. So we are going to march today. You will have some time before we march to check out all the great organizations that are here that can get you plugged into the movement, including our Take Action table, which is the blue and white striped tent.
I don't get a chance to go in there.
There are flyers for International Workers' Day and all of the wonderful things that we do at Indivisible. Right now, our special groups are going to line up. If you are clergy, meet on 8th. Look for the yellow umbrella. If you are signs of fascism, look for the orange umbrella. If you are a handmaid and you'd like to march with the handmaids, look for the red umbrella. If you have a flag today, I see lots of beautiful flags, and you want to march with all the flags, meet the green umbrella on 8th. If you are an inflatable here today, and you want to march with your poofy friends, meet the blue umbrella on 8th. And if you are in the drum line, meet the purple umbrella. Now is the time to make your way there if you are in one of those special groups. Thank you.
I think they're going to start the march to the courthouse. I'm not sure. Do you know where the march is going to go? No.
All right. This is for my peeps behind me underneath the porte-cochere at the convention center. We will be marching at 4 o'clock, guys. We will be marching at 4 o'clock. Stay there. Do not run off. We got your back. Hope you can hear me. All right. Our next speaker is Stacy Malos. Stacy is a born and raised Texan, a proud daughter of Mexican immigrants, and the co-hub coordinator of Sunrise Tarrant. This is a local organization focused on advocating for climate and environmental justice. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Stacy. Make some noise!
Hello, everybody. I know we're so excited and ready to start marching and get all of this energy out. I really appreciate y'all sticking it through. I just wanted to again introduce myself again. My name is Stacy. I'm a member of Sunrise Tarrant. We're a youth-led organization fighting for a Tarrant County where everyone has access to clean air, clean water, and a livable future. Yeah, let's make some noise for that. Don't we all want that? Yeah. Right now, there is an imminent threat looming over that dream, looming over that goal, and looming over Fort Worth that could jeopardize our access to water, electricity, and a safe environment. And that is the Black Mountain Data Center that will expand across almost 450 acres between Forest Hill and Kennedale. Yeah. Exactly. For those who don't know, a data center is essentially a massive building that houses literally thousands of computers, as well as the electrical and cooling equipment that's needed to run those computers. And nowadays, those data centers are popping up all across Texas, particularly in DFW, and they're being built to support AI systems that organizations like ICE leverage to surveillance and track people that they want to ultimately kidnap. Yeah. So these data centers require a lot of water to cool the computers. On average, data centers the size of the one that Black Mountain wants to build can use between 1 to 5 million gallons of water per day. Yeah, where does that water source come from? It comes from our local sources. These large facilities also use as much power and electricity as a small power plant. Texas already has a grid problem. So you can imagine the strain that these data centers have on our power grid is immense. It's immense. All of this equates to our used resources being used to fuel these data centers. Do we want that? No, we don't. And really quickly, I want to shout out the Ethical Guru on Instagram. Please follow them because they have been putting out some really in-depth analysis on these data centers in Fort Worth. So shout out to them. So here's my question to y'all. If we know that these data centers are going to have massive impacts on our water and energy accessibility, what measures do we have in place to protect our communities and our resources? Not enough, exactly. One of the first line of defenses should be the Fort Worth City Council, but guess what? 8 of our city council members and our mayor have accepted campaign donations from the Black Mountain CEO. Yeah, the councilman from District 8, whose community will be impacted by this data center, has accepted $20,000 in campaign donations from this company. And if our city council people are out there, I highly encourage you to have a conversation with them about why they're accepting campaign donations from these data centers. So I'm telling you all of this because oftentimes we think that our job of protecting our community and our neighbors ends at the voting booth, or it ends at the protests that you attend. And that's what these data center CEOs, that's what these politicians, and that's what these billionaires are counting on you to do. They're counting on you to think that it's just enough to vote and I'm done. That's all I have to do. Because that's how they can make these harmful decisions right under our noses. But in the cases of this Black Mountain Data Center, residents and organizations are rising up and speaking out, and their action has put a pause on the data center and forced the city council to actually consider the impacts this data center will have on us. That is the proof that your actions, when we put actions behind our words, we can make an impact together, y'all. That is the proof that we have. I want to ask y'all, how many of you are familiar with Gil Scott-Heron's spoken word, "The revolution will not be televised"? Yeah, that message rings true to this day. He talks about how when he said the revolution will not be televised, he meant that the first change that takes place is in your mind. The first revolution that takes place is in your mind. And when you change your mind, you change the way you live. These threats on our community and our country require that we change the way we live if we want to change things. So here's a few suggestions on how you can change the way you live. Go join the DFW support committee as they advocate for the Prairie Land defendants. Help Southside Community Garden fight food apartheid. Help ICE out of Tarrant provide mutual aid to our neighbors that have been impacted by ICE. Organize a walkout in your school in protest of ICE terrorizing our communities. And here's a big one. Mark your calendars for June 9th and join Echo Heights and Stop 6 Environmental Coalition, Sunrise Tarrant, and Fort Worth Environmental Coalition to speak out at the Fort Worth City Council meeting against this data center that is threatening our vital community resources. June 9th, everybody, I'm gonna say it again. I wanna see every single one of y'all there. If you're a Fort Worth resident, this impacts you and your access to a safe environment, water, and electricity. These are all ways that you can change the way you live, because I really want y'all to remember that the revolution is not a spectacle to watch, but it's a process to live. Thank you.
All right. It gives me great pleasure to bring on our next speaker, Dr. Jared Williams. Y'all can support Dr. Williams. It's okay. He's been a busy man today. He's been to Arlington and Burlington already. He's here for you now. Dr. Williams is a community organizer, faith leader, and former two-term Fort Worth City Council member who has spent his life working alongside everyday people to help build a future where working families can thrive. Dr. Williams has served as a nonprofit leader in our community for more than 15 years and now serves as Vice President for External Affairs with the Tarrant Area Food Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jared Williams. Make some noise!
Show them what democracy looks like. Show them what democracy looks like. I stand in solidarity with each of you and all of those who have spoken, sharing a vision about what we can be and what we can imagine when we work together. A future where every child has access to public education, where every worker earns a living wage with real labor rights, where every immigrant and all of our neighbors can live free from terror, where every woman, every person has full rights and equal pay. I too envision a future where working class people like you and me are free from economic exploitation. Right now, we are facing an affordability crisis, and we're working harder for less while those in power and the systems they uphold continue to exploit us. We're being exploited by unjust tax appraisal system that is pricing us out of our homes through speculative taxation. We are being exploited by an unjust housing system that chooses corporate profit over people. We are being exploited by a child care system that costs working families more than $1,000 per month per child. We are being exploited by price gouging and exorbitant costs for basic necessities like food, electricity, and other basic essentials. We are being exploited in our labor with wages that don't allow us or working families to live in dignity. And we're being exploited by a healthcare system that values profits over us. And I'm here to say that it's not okay. And we know what's possible when we organize. I've seen what's possible when we organize. When I served 2 terms on the Fort Worth City Council from 2021 to 2025, I saw what many amazing leaders like you can do when we organize. We pushed for wages and increased wages in the city from $10, where they do that at, to $18 an hour in just 3 budgets. We expanded first-time homebuyer programs, passed historic tax exemptions, and launched one of the nation's largest community land trusts to make home ownership possible for working people. We made historic investments to pass and expand child care access for working families. We expanded public health care through our public hospitals like JPS, and together we led one of the most inclusive transparent redistricting processes, contrary to what happened in that damn building down there. But in this moment, we have more work to do. In the face of tyranny and authoritarianism, there is still so much to do. We must end unjust tax appraisal practices so people can have fair, stable costs whether they choose to rent or buy. We must expand first-time home buyer programs and invest in high-quality homes so that everyone has access to housing. We must fully fund public child care and universal pre-K so that families don't have to choose between budgets and child care. We must reset wages right here in Tarrant County to $38 an hour so that everyone has a living wage and adjust it to inflation. And we can have a universal health care right here in our public hospitals. Public hospitals are our #1 option here for health care. And meanwhile, Tim O'Hare and his cronies have been cutting funding for that time and time again. We can have public health care here. We can build a Tarrant County and a government all over this country that truly cares for people. Because damn it, that's what governments are supposed to do. And that's why I'm standing in solidarity today to say no kings, no tyranny, not today, not ever. Today is about walking in solidarity, and every day after that is about putting people in power so that the people can be in power. And so if you share this vision, say yeah. If you share this vision, say yeah. Then let's show them what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Join me in this movement. You can follow me online at drjaredwilliams.com. Check out my website, drjaredwilliams.com. We're in this together. Let's win power in every upcoming election. God bless y'all.
All right. Well, welcome back. We're so happy to have you here. Yeah. How we doing out here, y'all? We doing good? All right. We decided that today we need a little inclusion, so that's why they asked me to come in here. They said, we need someone representing the gay community. And I'm like, who's gay? No more homo. I'm a big old queen, damn it. There's a difference. No, just kidding. I'm so happy to represent my community because it is one that also is being targeted. And I just want you to know that no matter who you love, it makes no difference. Love is love. And to the person hating on me for who I love, who's sinning? You are, because you're hating. So as you leave this attendance today, keep in mind that the Queen always rules, and we will always be around to help you. All right, on that note, let me bring out Miss Tammy Melody Gomez. She is a dynamic and boundary-breaking interdisciplinary artist. Her work spans performance, writing, and community engagement. Originally from Texas, Tammy has been a publisher, radio producer, and talk show host, cultural organizer, and activista. Her provocative performance artwork addresses issues such as domestic violence, environmental racism, and the impact of mass incarceration on families of color. She is featured in Las Tejanas, 300 Years of History, and highlighted in Voices from Texas, a PBS documentary about Tejano poets. Tammy performs spoken word at the De Corazon program with Dolores Huerta at Grand Prairie's Uptown Theater in October 2025. She adores writing and is an early 21st century cultural hybrid, and more importantly, she likes living like one. Miss Tammy Gomez.
Please use your privilege for good. And if you're doing this already, I love that, and thank you. But tighten up your belt. Do a little bit more. I tell you, the after parties will be awesome when we win this thing together. Please please use your privilege for good. Take some time away from the Netflix and the sports bars, craft beer and Tinder to help someone whose last meal was a handout and last bed was a street. You can come back to your conveniences and air conditioning and full-tanked vacation road trips in a little while, but for now, do the risky, the unheard of, the unprecedented. Do it for your integrity. Do it for another human. Do it together without even knowing one another's names, without fretting that you might lose your power connections or get demoted in status. The comfort of your privilege is waiting for you. It will be there. But for now, stand up. Call out a criminal against humanity. Climb an iconic statue like the Statue of Liberty. Remember, that was done already? Let's get some more queens up on that statue to make sure that that statue truly lights the way home. Bring your power, your relative status and prestige to bear good fruit, to raise awareness and hope, and lift those hopes high. Show your mental and financial muscles in spaces where you can dismantle inequities, take down egregious and harmful policies, bring your citizenship to the match. You are homegrown, equipped in the face of document-demanding thugs with badges. Use it or lose it. Bring your privilege to the game. Bring your privilege to the fight of our lives. Bring your privilege for our futures, or lose it all for us, the weakest, the most vulnerable, the lonely and afflicted, the demonized and discarded, and possibly for you yourself. Don't do that. Please use your privilege for good. Please use your privilege for good. I'm going to read a quote because I love it. I don't think we've canceled Howard Zinn yet. Forever, yeah. To be hopeful in bad times is not just foolishly romantic. It is based on the fact that human history is a history not only of cruelty, but also of compassion, sacrifice, courage, kindness. When we choose to emphasize in this, what we choose to emphasize in this complex history will determine our lives. If we see only the worst, it destroys our capacity to do something. If we remember those times and places, and there really are so many, where people have behaved magnificently, this gives us the energy to act, and at least the possibility of sending this spinning top of a world in a different direction. And if we do act, in however small a way, we don't have to wait for some grand utopian future. The future is an infinite succession of presents. And to live now as we think human beings should live, in defiance of all that is bad around us, is itself a marvelous victory! Now, I'm telling myself a lot lately about the word accompany, and I am doing a lot of accompanying as an elder, as a person who has decades of experience behind, and I want to be standing in solidarity with those, especially the younger among us. And I saw two younger girls over there, and I said I'd be thinking of you when I passed you. I am thinking of you now. Accompany. To accompany is not to force, pressure, or shove. It is merely to stand by and observe with encouragement, attention, and love. It is to witness, hold memory, and capture the facts. Keep to the truths of the matter and moment to share later, like a soulful video playback. To accompany is to make yourself available, to intentionally stand with and for another, offer advice, sure, answer questions, yes, with unconditional patience like a mother or brother. Reassure, yes. Bring snacks or water, yes, if you can. Carry a tourniquet and first aid kit, as I do everywhere I go, just in case. Be ready like Pretty, be ready like Pretty, be ready like Pretty. Rest in peace, man. Be the spiritual compress. Oh, I like that. Be a spiritual compress. in the room to ease mental pressure and tension and give an assist when a kid requires military service abstention. You can help those youngers build their CO portfolio, yo. You can help those youngers build their CO portfolio, yo. CO, conscientious objector status. If you have a tween, it's not too soon to see if they're writing their anti-war poems, their poems for peace, performing them publicly, create that record, help them create that CO portfolio, yo. We don't want to lose our babies in illegal wars abroad, ever. Accompany them, simply accompany. I happened to be on the Trinity Trail Friday the 13th in February just to get my legs ready for a walk with the monks in their final, who was there? Oh my God, beautiful, beautiful moment with the monks and Aloka, the dog, who I have yet to meet, but will. And I was at the Trinity River Hike and Bike Trail, warming up my legs for that walk with the monks, when on my way back to the car, I saw a body of people heading in my direction. They were all youngers. And when I asked, where are you from? They said, we just walked out of McLean Middle School. Friday, February 13th, yo. Accompany them, yo. And so I stayed. I was tired. I'd done my walk. I'd done my training conditioning walk, but I stayed for 2.5 hours to stand and be with those youngers as they crossed to the median that separates the Trinity Hike and Bike Trail from the Botanic Gardens, yes, on University at I-30 for 2.5 hours. These giddy children fighting, resisting, showing, screaming, yelling. And I was the elder that chose to stay with them, answering their questions. Miss, are we gonna get in trouble? Miss, what if we do this again and they don't let us out? Miss, because I said, I'm Tammy, and I've been doing this for many years. I'm here to answer your questions, and I just happen to be walking on the trail, but I'm here to accompany you, like a tia, like your abuela. And I kept them in my purview for hours. I wanted to be sure they were safe. The chota did come by, but it was cool. They left without incident. And I told these children, did you know that 20 years ago, in 2006, there was a body of youth that also walked out. So y'all are part of a tradition of resisting, of walking out. Said, I can learn on the streets. I can practice resistance. The school is also the park. The classroom is also the streets. And I looked it up on my blog, and you know what? Yo, it was 20 years ago today, March 28th, 2006, that youth from South Hills High School, Pascal High School, and Trimble Tech walked out of their schools 20 years ago today. It's on my blog. Check it. And they walked from their schools, including one young woman, 6 months pregnant, walking from South Hills High School to say, you ain't gonna talk about Mexicans like this, because it was anti-immigrant hysteria, and it was showing up in the rhetoric, and these kids wouldn't stand for that. They walked against it, and they had a meeting on the steps just 3 blocks from here with the chief of police at the moment, Ralph Mendoza, if you remember him, and he quietly and calmly interacted with them. There was no punitive measure in that moment. And I accompanied 20 years ago because I was there videotaping and taking note, keeping history with those folks. And maybe a few of you who walked out on that day 20 years ago today are here right now. Are you one of them? Are you? Oh yeah, maybe not you, but yeah, if you are, come talk to me later, because I am so happy you're still continuing the tradition. We are the women, las mujeres, who live in communion with the land. We never stray far from the water source underneath the sheltering sky. We hold our families close. We feed them, and so we build our strength. We till the soil and harvest the grains. We smoke the meats. We hang our clothes to dry. We are never too far from the land. And as we move ourselves and our families forward and up, we never forget to celebrate the ancestors, los antepasadas, those who have brought us to this place. We bow our heads with dignity to to honor who we must honor. We sing to the Virgen. We sing to our symbols of survival. We give thanks for the land has shared so much bounty. We are never too far from the land. How can we leave the garden? We never asked to leave the garden. At times we have been banished, forced to cross borders. We have seen those lines in the dirt. And so we have to show who we are in spite of fences that separate. As the bridges become broken, we will be outspoken, petitioning the officials, those who want us desperate and poor, subjugated, held down. Our brave hearts pound hard, but we stand with dignity, with babies in our arms, mothering as we struggle because we survive. We celebrate with the bright colors of our cultura and with loud singing songs, the feast and feet of our survival. We remember those moments. The women are strong, strong enough to give, strong enough to receive, strong enough to live, strong enough to survive, como Dolores Huerta y las otras mujeres unidas sobreviven, sobreviven. Gracias.
Last call for special groups. Last call for special groups. Get your butts to the umbrellas. Thank you.
All right. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge some people real quick. The people who coordinated this event are absolutely amazing. Let me hear some noise for those who organized this, please. To our sound station, thank you guys for all your hard work and doing everything you've done for us. To the police force walking around making sure that we're all safe, thank you so much. And on behalf of my cold little heart, I want to say thank you to all of you for coming out and showing that you care. So just remember one thing. My name is Cruz. I am your queen today. And baby, my feet hurt. All right, on that note, let's bring out someone. Her name is Tara Maldonado Wilson. She's a fierce advocate, organizer, and two-time city council candidate who has never been afraid to challenge the status quo. She's the person the establishment doesn't want because she fights with power back in the hands of the people. She isn't afraid to call out anyone, no matter their title, their influence, or the size of their bank account. Give it up for Tara, make some noise!
What the fuck is up for? Whoa! I know y'all are ready to march. Let's get this fucking going, okay? Repeat after me. Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Chinga la migra! Chinga la migra! I might say something that'll offend a few of you, but I'm not telling a lie. See, because while some of you got sparked through outrage seeing ICE murder people in the street in broad daylight, that brought you here, and that's fine. So everybody has to start somewhere. But Black and brown communities have been crying out for decades as our family members, friends get murdered in the street by a police state that just has a different uniform on. Repeat after me. Fuck fascists! Fuck fascists! I need y'all to understand, if you weren't outraged by the death of Tatiana Jefferson, Khalif Browder, Breonna Taylor, Sandra Massey, I need y'all to be fucking angrier. Y'all should be fucking angry. And let's bring it home. Has anybody heard of Tashara Thompson? Hearst Police Department just decided that they didn't use force on her or brutality because it's their policy says it's okay. But this is where you need to wake up. Brutality is baked into every policy and every police department all across the country. They They will kill you if you do not comply. If you don't comply, you die. And so what am I trying to say to you right now? I need you to think about this on a more granular level. You're here today, and this feels great, and it feels so good to see the people gather today to resist no kings. Repeat after me, no kings! No kings! But we don't want no kings just in the White House. We need no kings in city council. We don't want no kings in the county government. We don't want no kings in the state capitol. I can relate to Sheriff Thompson because I have a pending case right now in Montgomery County by a motherfucking bootlicking sheriff's officer who got mad at me because I wouldn't answer his question. I got pulled over for following too closely. And when he told me to get out of the car, I knew better. I got out of the fucking car. Because if he had touched him, I would have fucking touched him. If he would have touched me, I would have fucking touched him. So if you live here, Hearst, Bedford, Euless, Fort Worth, Grapevine, Colleyville, y'all need to show up for Tashara Thompson right now because she's fighting for her life. Our movement cannot be packaged in a Saturday 4-hour block in one afternoon. It comes down to you. We all exist in systems that want us to comply, put our head down, get our check, and just move it along. But you have to resist every day. You have to resist the corporations that want you to be quiet. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. Fuck corporations. Fuck corporations. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. We know that they blame immigrants and black communities and people that don't look like they think they should look, so we don't blame fucking billionaires. Y'all don't understand. Y'all aren't fucking mad enough. You're not fucking mad enough. I can't hear you. Are you fucking mad? Are you fucking mad that gas costs $4 a fucking gallon? Again, they will make you starve and make you choose between what kid can have this and what bill you can pay next month, but Congress is cashing those motherfucking checks right now. Going on motherfucking vacation. So what am I saying again? I need y'all to understand. Voting is only one part of the recipe that we need to create change in this country. Whatever party you vote for is fine, but you need to understand we got elections coming up at the municipal level that you need to be a part of. Bond elections that decide where your tax dollars go. When the Fort Worth City Council decides that we only want to put $10 million towards affordable housing, but $65 million towards an animal shelter? Tell me where your priorities are. Tell me that you hate us without telling us you hate us. Y'all aren't mad enough. What will it take to make you fucking move? What will it take to make you be uncomfortable? Because it's not until you actually have something to lose that you will move. So let's wrap this up because I know we're ready to fucking march. Ready? Let's go. Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings in the White House! No kings in the Capitol! No kings in City Council! No kings in the county! No kings at work! Fuck Trump! Let's march! Power to the people!
It's almost time. One last speaker. Marisela Jimenez is a dedicated community advocate serving as president of the Si Se Puede Committee of Tarrant County since 2020. She also sits on the board of the Greater Fort Worth Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Committee and actively volunteers in her parish, bringing passion and heart to every project she supports. Please help me welcome my friend, Marisela Jimenez.
Now that's kind of hard to follow, right? Hey, but I got something for you, okay? You all know this one. Put up your hand up in the air. Okay, and let's start it slow. Si se puede. 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 All righty. Thank you all for doing that along with me. My name is Marisela Jimenez, and I stand before you as the president of the Si Se Puede Committee of Tarrant County. I live in beautiful Fort Worth for 26 years and have served this committee for the last 12 years. Today, we stand together as the Si Se Puede Committee of Tarrant County. Yes, we can. A name that has always captured the spirit of our people. For 25 years, this organization has been rooted in integrity, dignity, innovation, and the way we believe that justice is within our reach. We live in a moment when our Latino communities are under attack. Hate, discrimination, and targeting of immigrant families are not abstract threats. They are realities we face every single day. But let me be clear. Estamos aquí y no nos vamos. Repeat after me. Estamos aquí y no nos vamos. One more time. Estamos aquí y no nos vamos. We are here and we ain't going nowhere. This movement has always been bigger than any one person. It belongs to the mothers organizing in their neighborhoods to build safe communities. The youth demanding better schools, and workers fighting for fair and wages and safe conditions. All those voices shape our leadership. Our organization is led by a majority of women who understand that representation matters. That when we lead, our communities thrive. Now is the time to stand up. Now is the time to step it up. We will continue promoting education, social justice, and community involvement because these are the foundations of lasting change. We will fight for our rights, our families, and our future. We are collaborating with partners across Fort Worth, like today, with Indivisible 12, Texas 12, and Indivisible Fort Worth area, because we know that un pueblo unido, a united people, cannot be defeated, and we will never accept leaders that desire total authority like a king. To every young person watching, this moment is for you. To every family here today, your voice matters. To every ally, stand with us. Un pueblo unido, all together. Un pueblo unido. We are building a movement that is accountable, inclusive, and steadfast in the pursuit of justice. The Latino community has always been the backbone of this country, and we will continue leading the fight towards a brighter future for all. Si se puede. Together we rise. Together we win. Repeat after me. Si se puede. Together we rise. Together we win. Si se puede. Thank you.
Okay, we're about ready to march. Are you ready? Remember, we keep us safe. Do not engage.
4:12 in the afternoon here in Dallas-Fort Worth. You are looking live at General Square in downtown Fort Worth, right there on Main Street where the No Kings protest, the No Kings movement is underway. We just finished listening to a number of speakers, really more like a political group chat, if you will, where everyone seems to be mad or have different grievances about something. We heard everything about authoritarian concerns and Trump's use of executive power, Trump acting like a king, not a president. We heard about the immigration crackdowns and the ICE tactics that are being used, anger over mass deportations, the high-profile ICE shootings involving U.S. citizens. We heard about the war with Iran, a major driver right now. A lot of protesters calling it a senseless war or escalation. We heard about economic frustration, inflation, tariffs, the cost of living. You heard that one woman there who was extra spicy, talking about the price of gasoline, voting rights, abortion, civil liberties, concerns about voting by mail restrictions, broader civil rights erosion. So really just a number of issues, a number of grievances are being discussed by the crowds, not just there in Fort Worth, not just in North Texas, but at these events, more than 3,100 No Kings demonstrations going on this Saturday in every state across the country, including an Alaskan city inside the Arctic Circle. So this is a national uprising, a sweeping protest movement with a wide range of grievances. Supporters call it a defense of democracy. Critics call this a political overreaction. But at the center of it, deep divisions over topics like immigration, war, and presidential power. The event there in Fort Worth is lasting until 5. So now that group is going to finish up speaking, and then they will march for a little while through the streets of downtown Fort Worth. We want to take a quick break here on Fox Local, and then we will reset our coverage here live coming up in just a few moments. Stay with us. Hello, everybody. Casey Stiegel here in the Fox 4 News digital studios on this Saturday afternoon, where we are covering the North Texas No Kings protests and the No Kings demonstrations. You are looking at a live picture from Sky 4 right now of what appears to be thousands of supporters that have turned out to this event in Fort Worth. We have been covering these all day long here on Fox Local. We've had events in Frisco, in Denton, Carrollton, Garland, South Lake, Plano. Dallas had a big event this afternoon that we were on the air with you for, and then Fort Worth is sort of the last marquee event in North Texas. In fact, we have about 25 No Kings rallies that are taking place across the Metroplex today, Dallas and Fort Worth being the two anchor events, if you will, the largest, drawing the biggest number of supporters. There you see people that dressed appear to be in the Handmaid's Tale, those people in those red robes marching there in the streets. We've had a number of supporters that have taken to the podium and have been speaking and energizing the crowd. And now we understand that that large group is going to march through the streets, not terribly far from where they've originated in General Square, right there on Main Street in downtown Fort Worth. But as the helicopter pans out there and we widen out the shot, you can see a bird's eye view of just how many people are gathered. It's a little deceptive when we do a compare and contrast to the pictures and the images we saw from Dallas, because downtown Dallas seems to be more open, and you could really get a sense of how large the crowds were as they made their way and snaked their way through the streets. But that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a very sizable crowd that has turned out to Cowtown today to protest the No Kings movement. Again, I kind of use this talking as a political group chat, and that's sort of what these are, because there are a number of issues that people are taking to the streets over. Again, immigration, the war with Iran, economic frustrations, voter rights, the use of force domestically, the use of our U.S. military against its own citizens. And then you have, of course, the Republican side of things. A lot of people looking at this and wondering what people are protesting about, saying that they are only doing what the voters elected them to do. They said that the border chaos required strong action, that ICE enforcement is enforcing existing law, and they're not extreme. It's not an extreme organization. A lot of people are saying that the confrontation with Iran prevented a larger war later, and that we're supporting allies, especially Israel, in strategic operations in the Middle East, framed as strength, not escalation. And they also say that the executive authority that President Trump uses is legal, that the president's use of executive powers is within the constitutional authority of the president, and that the king label, so to speak, Republicans largely dismissing this as political theater. So you've got two very distinct sides, of course, when it comes to this issue. But you see that crowd in Fort Worth, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger as the organizers try to corral the people into the streets there. A number of those streets are blocked off. You have a large police presence. We want to get now to Fox 4's Vanya Castillo and Jordan Bickerstaff, who are on the ground there in Fort Worth. Hey, Vanya, what are you seeing? Tell us what you're seeing around you.
Hi, Casey. Yeah, having trouble hearing you guys because we are with a very passionate crowd here in Fort Worth. Now, we had some really heavy rain happening here in the area, and that did not stop the demonstrators from showing up. As you can see, we're seeing hundreds of people here in Fort Worth, and we're seeing people from all ages, all walks of life, all coming out here in protest of Donald Trump for the No Kings protest. Now, we've been hearing from people all day speaking about different issues, from reproductive rights to immigration to issues of civil rights. And another thing that's been very impactful here is we've been hearing people talking about not only having what they're calling no kings in the White House, but no kings in a local level, having people getting involved here. Now, it has been a relatively calm protest here. We've had dancers, we've had singers, and as you can see, protesters now are making their way down the streets of Fort Worth. Now, I'm going to step outside to give you guys a little better look of what we're seeing. But again, you can see people from all over just making their way through the city of Fort Worth, trying to make their voices heard. I've been talking to people who tell me that they're here because they want to make sure that they're making their voices heard, and they're going to continue to make sure that that's happening. Now, critics are often talking about how protests like these don't lead to policy change. That is one of the arguments being made, and I asked a lot of people out here about that, and they said that to them it matters to make sure that they're having their voices heard, as well as showing other people that it is important to make their voices heard. Now, we haven't really seen any counter-protesters here in Fort Worth, as we saw happening over in Dallas, but things have stayed relatively calm. We're going to go ahead and continue to keep an eye out here to see what's going on. We're going to walk alongside the protesters as they make their way down the streets of downtown Fort Worth. So sending it back to you, Casey, back in the studio, but we'll of course continue to keep you guys updated throughout the day.
Wanya and Jordan, thank you so much. You all be safe out there. You know, one of the fascinating parts about covering events like this is the technology. We have these things called live views that essentially take cellular data from different towers, and it allows us to get a super signal, if you will, to bring you live pictures right from where the event is happening. And so that's how we're able to march with the protesters right there in the streets. Back in the day, the only way you could get images like this was from a satellite truck, or what we would call a microwave truck, which would beam a signal back to a tower, and that's how we got you information. And we had relative restrictions when it came to that. We had cables, and we weren't wireless until that technology came along. So we're using the live view technology to literally take you on the march and through the streets with these demonstrators. As you see, they are now walking there in downtown Fort Worth from these aerial pictures. We don't have official attendance numbers in terms of just how many folks are there in Fort Worth. But to give you a sense of some historical reference, these No Kings protests began in June of last year, June 2025. There was another round of them in October 2025. So this is the third go-around. These are happening all across the country. And organizers say that more than 18,000 people took part in the June and October No Kings events combined around North Texas. And an estimated 10,000 people attended the No Kings protest in Dallas last October, and another 6,500 attended the event in Fort Worth. So organizers say about 6,500 people turned out to Fort Worth in October when they did this. So will be interesting to see if they had a higher number people in attendance today. The weather is pretty cool out there for a North Texas afternoon with temperatures in the 50s. Vanya talked about rain, but you do see people in their rain slickers, and they came prepared as best they could to be in it for the long haul. The official event there in Fort Worth runs until 5 o'clock this afternoon. And so what we expect, as we saw similarly in Dallas, they are making their way through the streets, not far from the main hub where this all began. In Dallas, it was City Hall, the plaza of City Hall. There in Fort Worth, it's General Square. So they're marching through the streets at the moment, and we expect that they will then start to make their way back to General Square as we get closer to the 5 o'clock hour, and then people will disperse, and we'll see the crowds moving on. Sorry to do this on the fly. I don't know, Adam, our intrepid assistant news director and jack of all trades, Adam Fullerton, is here in the digital studio with me. Are we able to show that video from Dallas, Adam? So one of the headlines out of the events here in North Texas, we've had, again, more than 25 of these rallies in places like Frisco, Denton, Carrollton, Plano, and relatively peaceful. There you see the people peacefully marching through the streets in downtown Fort Worth, and that has been a similar story in most of the other cities that have hosted these No Kings events, except a little bit earlier this afternoon in downtown Dallas. This was the scene. Our cameras captured this around 2:10 this afternoon, things got a little heated. Stuart Rhodes, the founder of Oath Keepers, and Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, were there in the streets of downtown, and they had some counter-protesters that got into an argument, and that is what you're seeing playing out in the right-hand side of your screen there. Some pushing and some shoving was going on, and then it didn't take long for Dallas police to jump in and intervene. And David Sintendry and his photographer capturing video of, see, right here, Dallas police taking this man and removing him, extricating him from the situation, and pushing him up against what appeared to be a light pole there in downtown, and they started frisking him. And you're going to see as this video continues to play out, the man there in the tan hat and the gator mask over his face had what appeared to be a law enforcement badge on his belt. And we're going to see that video here in just a second as it continues to play out. Interestingly, we've asked for some analysis of this video, and from what we could see from what was on that badge, it read Senior FTI U.S. Investigator, and the U.S. largely showing, implying a federal government connection of some sort. But there is no recognized official federal agency that uses the acronym FTI that we have been able to come up with. Unlike the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, all of those other acronyms that we're familiar with. But there you see the badge on his hip, and the texts seem to implicate here that this was not authentic. We have not been able to confirm that information independently. Again, we're just looking at the video like we have been with you all and trying to ascertain if that in fact was a real member of law enforcement. But as police continued to intervene and police continued to frisk that man, there you see a better shot. U.S. very prominent there and a star in the center. And again, just off of our initial assessments of this, it might be a private investigation firm, some kind of corporate security personnel, even a film, television prop, a novelty item, we just don't know. There you see, because David was in the middle of his live shot there, but as we continued shooting video of what was going on and the officers frisked that man, we were able to see that they pulled what appeared to be a firearm out of his pockets. And then when they break out the Ziploc bags here in a moment, you will very clearly see what appear to be knives. There you see that firearm that the police officer put into his right pocket there. That is something that our team there told us they pulled off of that man. And those Ziploc bags are coming out momentarily, and you will see that he had some kind of knives on him. Dallas police have confirmed to us this afternoon that one person was detained. They have not used the word arrest, but they did confirm that one person was detained. Not certain if this is the one they're talking about, the individual that they are referencing when we reached out to them, because David did see a couple of other people that were pulled out of the crowd by police because they appear to be agitators. But there you see, right there, dropping a second knife, some type of a utility knife. I don't know if that's an X-Acto knife, right there in the Ziploc bag, and that was on that protester's person. So that is the headline out of today, while we have had thousands and thousands of people marching through North Texas streets. Everything, fortunately, at this point has been relatively calm and no major disruptions to really talk about. You are looking there again at the event in Fort Worth. One of the other main marquee events happening in the country today is Minneapolis. And I'm kind of going off the cuff here and I'm throwing a lot of curveballs to Adam's way. He's giving me a thumbs up. That means we have it. We want to show you some live pictures of what is unfolding currently in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where today we expected the largest number of people to turn out for these No Kings protests. In fact, organizers initially saying they thought up to 100,000 people could turn out there to Minneapolis, Minnesota, on what appears to be a pretty cold day. Although I just checked their temperatures not long ago, they've got temperatures in the 40s. We're in the 50s here in North Texas, so not terribly far off, but a lot of people have turned out. Hard to say whether that is 100,000 or not. But Bernie Sanders spoke earlier, and Jane Fonda, the actress and advocate, was speaking. Also, a couple of other people like Bruce Springsteen, for example, were going to be there in Minneapolis. Of course, one of the major reasons why that city has had such heavy attendance with these protests is because of the ICE and the immigration crackdown that city saw, and all of the disruptions, and of course the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. And that has been something that a lot of people have been talking about today in their speeches and discussing the mass deportations and those high-profile ICE shootings and the militarization of what people have characterized as using the federal government against its own people. Again, on the flip side of this, you have a lot of folks that say the border was out of control, that the President Trump largely ran on cleaning up the country in terms of the number of illegal immigrants that were here and the number of criminal illegal immigrants that had come into the United States under Joe Biden's administration, and that this is what the voters elected them to do. So again, two very different campaigns today as people take to the streets all across the nation. More than 3,100 No Kings demonstrations, in fact, scheduled in every single state across the country. We are looking live at Fort Worth as the crowd continues making its way through the streets there. And again, you know, Vanya mentioned this, and I think it's worth noting. You have people from all walks of life. Just sitting here in the studio and watching the images and scanning the pictures and seeing our shots from both the ground and from the air. You have young, old, white, black, people from all walks of life that are here representing society and representing the communities in which we live. And, you know, for people to get up and leave their homes and get out in the streets to have their voices heard and to participate in one of the things that this country allows us to do, which is demonstrate our right to free speech and our right to assemble and our right to protest. And thousands and tens of thousands of people are doing that this weekend. So we are following this as it unfolds as 4:36 here in the afternoon in DFW. We do want to take a quick break, and our special coverage continues on Fox Local, on the Fox 4 YouTube page, and across all of our social platforms when we come back. this weekend as possibly the biggest single day of protest in U.S. history. As we look live at pictures coming to us from Fort Worth as crowds march through the street, several thousand people are in attendance, still waiting on official numbers. We had several thousand turn out earlier in downtown Dallas and through a number of other North Texas cities this afternoon. No Kings protests going on in every single state today, and thousands of people in, of course, the major cities, New York, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, and others, all having the same grievances. They say that there is supposed to be no king in the White House, hence the name No Kings Protest. That's how this movement was sort of born. And on the other side of this, you have a lot of President Trump supporters and conservatives that are, in fact, speaking out about this uprising and this National Day of Protest. A lot of people are familiar with the CPAC, that is the Conservative Political Action Conference, and it is underway right now here in North Texas. A lot of people have been reading about this. It's been held at the Gaylord Texan Resort and Convention Center out in Grapevine, and more than 80 conservative speakers have been in attendance. A number of notable conservatives. President Trump did not make it. Vice President J.D. Vance did not make it. But Senator Ted Cruz did address the crowd earlier. Today is the closing day of the CPAC, and all of those people will be leaving. But a little bit earlier, Ted Cruz, Senator Cruz from Texas, discussed these particular protests and what was going on around the country this weekend. And we want to play a little bit of that out for you. And while you're listening to Senator Cruz, we're going to double box it. And on the other half of the screen, we're going to keep up the live pictures so you can see what is happening on the ground in Fort Worth. But here's Senator Cruz now, earlier today.
God bless Texas. And God bless President Donald J. Trump. In the last 15 months, we have won historic victories across the nation. As we gather today on the occasion of our nation's 250th birthday, I want to take a moment to reflect on who we are and what we believe. You know, there was a moment last year where the clarity of what we believe was crystal clear. We had a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing. President Trump had nominated an individual to serve in the State Department. I came into the questioning just as Democrat Senator Tim Kaine, not a crowd favorite, was questioning him. And this Trump nominee had said in his written testimony that he viewed his obligation as defending the God-given rights of Americans. And Tim Kaine responded and said that the idea that our rights come from God and not government, he said, is a radical and revolutionary idea. He said that's the kind of idea that theocrats in nations like Iran believe. And in America, he said, we don't believe our rights come from God. Now, I got to admit, I had a whole set of questions that I was prepared to ask. And I promptly threw them aside. I was speaking shortly thereafter, and I said, you know, just minutes ago, Senator Kaine said the idea that our rights come from God was a radical and revolutionary idea. He's right. It also happens to be the founding principle upon which our nation was created. And I said to the folks listening and watching, if you don't believe me, maybe you would believe another Virginian who penned the immortal words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator. Not by government, not by the DNC, but by God Almighty with certain inalienable rights." And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jefferson continues that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men and are just with the consent of the governed. To secure. Who are we as a nation? Our rights, they're not given to us by any federal official. They're not given to us by any state. They are given to us by the Lord God Almighty. Who are we and what do we believe as conservatives? We believe that the United States of America is the greatest nation the world has ever seen. We believe that freedom is powerful and liberating and is a fundamental right of every human being. We believe that the American free enterprise system is the greatest engine for freedom and prosperity the world has ever seen. And we believe in American strength and leadership, that America is, as Ronald Reagan put it, a shining city on a hill. Now let's talk about those principles put into action. We have three core priorities to focus on in any given election or in any given governmental action: jobs, freedom, and security. Let's take those one at a time. Let's start with jobs. The Republican Party is and should be, I believe, the party of jobs. Now, where do jobs come from? They don't come from Washington, D.C. They don't come from bureaucrats. They come from the men and women here. They come from small businesses putting capital at risk to meet a need. But although government doesn't create jobs, boy, can it screw them up. Many times, I have suggested that Gavin Newsom should be named the Texas Realtor of the Year. Because nobody in history has sold more homes in the state of Texas than Gavin Newsom. And by the way, Comrade Mondami is the Florida Realtor of the Year. If you look across the country, it is not subtle. Big blue states with high taxes and high regulations that hammer the living daylights out of small businesses, every one of them, their populations are fleeing, and they are fleeing to red states with low taxes and low regulations where small businesses can grow and prosper. And yet, what did today's liberals say? They say, let's make America more like California and New York. Let's have high taxes and high spending and high debts. And I want to say, within the conservative movement, the question of what do we believe is important as well. In many ways, the most important political shift of the last decade is the Republican Party has become a blue-collar party. It used to be conventional wisdom that Republicans are the party of the rich and Democrats are the party of the poor and working class. I'm not sure that was ever the case, but it sure as heck isn't the case now. Today, the Republican Party is the party of truck drivers and steel workers and cops and firefighters and waiters and waitresses and the men and women with calluses on their hands who go to work every day and provide for their families. And the Democrat Party is the party of rich coastal elites, effete leftists, sipping soy lattes with their pinkies in the air. And I will say within our movement, there is also a debate about whether we believe in small government and limited governmental power and individual liberty, or whether we believe in big government and high taxes and a nanny state. Let me be clear, some in our party who call themselves populists, I agree with them. I am very much a populist. You look at every election I've ever run. When I launched my campaign for Senate 14 years ago with a lot of the men and women in this room, nobody thought we had a prayer. We started at 2%, and there are a lot of the original 2%ers who are gathered here right now. And all of the money and special interest was on the other side. But this was a populist revolution in Texas, and we went from 2% to winning the primary by 14 points and winning the general by 16 points and shocking the hell out of Washington. But the people who are urging our party the way to be populist is to embrace high taxes and high regulation and government power. The people who say we're conservatives, but we're big government conservatives. I'm here to tell you, you're not being a populist if you're advocating for the policies of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. A lot of the folks here were here on the ground also at the founding of Turning Point USA. We remember a T-shirt and a slogan, "Socialism sucks." That was true then, and it is true now. And as the son of a Cuban refugee who was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba, communism is evil and socialism is a disaster. And let me say, in terms of our record of success, last summer we passed the Working Families Tax Cut Act. That bill has more conservative victories in it than any legislation that has ever passed into law. We invested over $100 billion into securing the border, the largest investment in border security in the history of America. We invested over $150 billion in rebuilding the military because we live in a dangerous world. We passed the largest tax cut in American history, over $4 trillion. We made the Trump tax cuts permanent. And we passed new tax cuts, including no tax on tips, which I'm the author of. I wrote No Tax on Tips. And no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. That's what it means to be a populist, to empower people to take government off their backs and stop taxing their tips and their overtime and their Social Security and let them provide for their families. And I will tell you, in that bill, there are two provisions that I'm most proud of. You know, in April of last year, we did a retreat of all the Senate Republicans. And I stood up in front of my colleagues. I said, listen, there are lots of things that are really important in this bill that we care about. Border security, tax cuts, the military, all of that, very, very important. But I said we ought to pause for at least a second and ask ourselves, think about legacy. Ask ourselves what will be remembered from this bill in 10, 20, 30 years. And I said, if I can, I'd like to humbly suggest two possibilities. Number one, school choice. And number two, what are now called the Trump accounts. Both of those provisions are in the bill, and both of those provisions I wrote into law. School choice, we passed the single most far-reaching federal school choice bill that has ever been enacted that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars of scholarships to low-income kids, to kids in failing schools all across America. And 10, 20, 30 years from now, there are going to be millions of kids that escaped failing schools where they weren't learning to read, they weren't learning to write, they were facing violence, and instead they got an education and they have a chance to achieve the American dream. That's what it means to deliver real results that impacts this country. And then the Trump accounts. Starting on July 4th of this year, our nation's 250th birthday, every child in America will have a personal investment account open for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents, families, employers can contribute up to $5,000 each year in a tax-advantaged account. And all of that will be invested in the stock market, the S&P 500. Now, there are two massive advantages to that. Number one, every child in America is going to experience the benefits of compound growth. Look, a lot of the people here understand what compound growth is all about, but nearly half of Americans don't own a single stock or a single bond. And our kids now, if they're investing, if parents or family or employers are investing $5,000 a year, within just a couple of decades, our kids will have hundreds of thousands of dollars in personal investment accounts that they own and they control. And we're not talking just the kids of rich people. We're talking the kids of single moms waiting tables who suddenly their babies will have the resources to buy a home, to get an education, to start a business. But secondly, even more exciting, we are going to create a whole new generation of capitalists. Listen, every one of us has seen the sorry statistics of young people who are losing faith in free enterprise, who think that socialism may be a good idea. Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his cell phone and he's going to look at the app of his Trump account. And he's going to say, wait a second, I own $100 of Apple. I own $50 of Boeing or $75 of McDonald's. And suddenly, instead of corporations being these mean, evil things that he's told he should throw bricks at and want to burn down, he's got skin in the game. And our children will be the owners of the largest employers in America. That's what winning as a conservative looks like. All right, let's talk freedom. You look at the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Thomas Jefferson referred to our Constitution as chains to bind the mischief of government. Many of y'all know my father, Pastor Rafael Cruz. He has referred many times to the Constitution and Bill of Rights as the most inspired documents ever written by the hand of man, other than the Bible, the most consequential documents in the history of humanity. Every one of us has an obligation to defend free speech. And to defend free speech, not just for those who agree with us, but those who disagree with us. Everyone, I will defend the rights of people who think I'm a son of a bitch to say I'm a son of a bitch. Because that's what free speech is all about. When it comes to religious liberty, there is a reason religious liberty is the very first clause in the very first amendment to the Bill of Rights, because our entire freedom is built upon the right to seek out the Lord God Almighty with all your heart, mind, and soul without government getting in the way. And the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, there's a reason it is right after the first. Because it is fundamentally about the right to life, the right to protect your children, to protect your family. It is fundamentally about ensuring that sovereignty remains with we the people and not with the government. And then there's security. Under Joe Biden, we saw an invasion of this nation. More than 12 million illegal immigrants came into this country, the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history. And the people in 2024 said, enough, end it, and end it now. And when President Trump was sworn into office, illegal border crossings have dropped more than 99%. So what does that mean? Why does that matter? All across the country, the murder rate has dropped 20%. The rate of drug overdose deaths has dropped 20%. It is literally the case that there are thousands of Americans who are alive right now today because President Trump was reelected and because we have a Republican Senate and Republican House and we've secured the border and we're deporting illegal immigrants and murderers and gangbangers and child rapists and getting them the hell out of our country. And to give you a sense of just how radical and extreme the Democrat Party has been, we just saw this week that it is the position of the Democrats that every single one of them refuses to pay even a penny to fund ICE to deport criminals. The Democrat Party today is a party of hatred of Donald Trump and open borders. And by the way, if you want to know who they are, listen to Chris Murphy, the lefty Democrat senator, who said on television, he said, the people who we care about the most, and by we, he meant Democrats, are illegal immigrants. That is their party. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Even though every Democrat is a hard no on funding border security, we are going to come back, we are going to take up another reconciliation bill, and we are going to fund ICE and Border Patrol for 10 years. And the consequence of Elizabeth Warren and the rest of these commies is we're going to increase the funding for ICE and Border Patrol when we do that. Because if they will not defend the citizens of this nation, we will. And let me say right now, we also should stand together right now and pass the Save America Act. We need to force every Democrat to do a talking filibuster, to stand and talk and talk and talk like Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, like I did in 2013 for 21 hours against Obamacare. And when they talk and talk and talk and can't talk anymore, then we will pass the Save America Act. And let me say, looking abroad when it comes to security, we have seen the difference between a weak commander-in-chief and a strong commander-in-chief. Joe Biden came into office in 2021. He inherited a world with peace and prosperity. And he was weak and feckless, and what happened? We saw war break out all over the globe. We saw Russia invade Ukraine, and we saw October 7th as Hamas invaded Gaza. Tragically, they do. And that is the consequence. The reason for those wars is because Joe Biden was so weak that our enemies were not afraid of him. The left believes the way you avoid war is through weakness. There is a reason that nobody goes and studies and gets a degree at the Neville Chamberlain School of Foreign Affairs. Appeasement does not work. And if you want an object lesson on what a strong commander-in-chief looks like, take a look at the current resident of the Oval Office, President Donald J. Trump. Today, we have a greater chance that in the next 6 months we will see a new government in Venezuela, in Cuba, and in Iran. Than any time in our lifetimes. And look, I will admit there are 1,000 ways that could go wrong. But this is what happens when you see American strengths. And there are people that are trying to say Donald Trump is an isolationist. Anyone saying that has been in a coma the last 15 months. I will tell you this, at 3 a.m. on January 3rd, when our Delta Force apprehended Maduro, every Latin American dictator had to change his shorts. And America is safer, and the world is safer when the president is strong and our enemies are afraid of him. Let me finally say this, wrapping up. I look across this room. By the way, a lot of folks online were saying this room was empty. It ain't empty now. And I am encouraged by the men and women who are here because you are rising up to fight to defend our country. I will tell you, the left, they want to win in November. They want to take the House. They want to take the Senate. They want to impeach the president. They want to open the border. They want to defund the police. They want to tear this country down. And I am encouraged because each of you, because I am gathered with warriors who are fighting for liberty, who know what you believe and who know what you are fighting for. And I want to say, equip yourself. Many of you know I do a podcast 3 days a week. It's called Verdict with Ted Cruz. We have millions of listeners across the country. I want to ask each of you to pull out your cell phone right now and text the word verdict to the number 24005. Let me give that to you again. The number is 24005. Text the word verdict, VERDICT. What you will get back is a link to subscribe for free to the podcast. And 3 days a week, it'll be downloaded to your phone. And the reason I do the podcast, today's podcast or yesterday's podcast, I finished at 3 in the morning. The reason I do it is to tell you what's going on, to bring you behind the scenes on the battles in the Senate, on the battles in the White House, on the battles in the Supreme Court, so that you know the facts and you can go battle. You can battle with your friends and neighbors. You can battle with your coworkers. You can battle with your crazy Uncle Joe at the Labor Day picnic. And you will be empowered with the facts and the truth. You will be empowered to stand up to the Islamists. And let me say this right now. Sharia law will never be allowed in Texas or the United States of America. I am inspired by every one of you. And as Jesus told us 2,000 years ago, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. We are going to preach the truth. We are going to do so with love, with a smile, with strength, and we are going to save the greatest nation in the history of the world, that shining city on a hill that is the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless you.
So those were remarks from Senator Ted Cruz from a little bit earlier today at the CPAC convention that is underway actually here in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's been underway for the last couple of days, and it wraps today, not terribly far from where a lot of these demonstrations, in fact, are happening. When it came to the No Kings movement specifically, you heard Senator Cruz saying that Republicans should not be complacent in the face of these nationwide No Kings protests, and that he called it a mobilized and angry left-wing base. He also talked about, when it comes to immigration, promising that Republicans would come back with another reconciliation bill to help fund ICE and Border Patrol for another 10 years. And then he also hit on the Save America Act there, which is a pretty controversial proof of citizenship requirement to register to vote. Interestingly, at CPAC, they conduct a straw poll. It's an informal poll among all of the attendees, and Ken Paxton, Attorney General Ken Paxton, received dominant support in that straw poll for the U.S. Senate spot. Again, he's facing off against incumbent John Cornyn for the Republican position there, and ultimately the person whoever wins that race will square off against James Tallarico, the Democrat. So Attorney General Ken Paxton, who was in support and was in attendance of the CPAC here in DFW, receiving the dominant support in the straw poll for this upcoming Senate race that we have been watching closely. It is, of course, not to be expected because CPAC is a hardcore conservative base, and it's not a scientific poll by any means. It's not representative of what the voters here in Texas particularly think. However, it does reinforce that John Cornyn could be in some danger when it comes to trying to win back his Senate seat. As we take a live look now at Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth, the No Kings protest there is starting to dissolve. It was supposed to wrap at 5 o'clock this afternoon. It is now 5:15. A pretty busy day across North Texas. Again, we're waiting for all of the final tallies to come in terms of just how many people showed up at these various events. More than 24 or so No Kings protests had taken place in North Texas alone today, and this was matching what was being held in states all across the country, every single state having some kind of a No Kings protest. Everything seemed to be pretty peaceful for the most part, but before we wrap up our coverage here, we do want to show you that video once again from a little after 2 o'clock this afternoon when someone was detained by Dallas police. Some pushing and some shoving going on that our crew just so happened to see. This was among some counter-protesters and other folks that were in the group. Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers, and Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, were out there. One of the reasons they were in town was because of CPAC. They were attending that, so they decided to then jump in the car from Grapevine and head to downtown. And you see this pushing and shoving match as some of the live streams were going on earlier today. And then we saw Dallas police detain that man right there wearing that khaki hat. And we saw police remove what appeared to be a firearm from that gentleman and also bag up some knives that were on his person. Dallas police confirming to us that one person was detained this afternoon. We don't know if they have been criminally charged, if any more is going to come of that, but that is the only real rowdy moment that our Fox 4 crews witnessed all throughout North Texas as these events started at 9 o'clock this morning in Frisco. They were sort of staggered, then Denton, Carrollton, Garland, Southlake, Plano, Dallas, and Fort Worth. So again, a rather busy day. Peaceful for the most part. This is the only real issue that we saw this afternoon, a little after 2, on the streets of downtown Dallas, with downtown Dallas being the marquee event today here in North Texas, probably drawing the biggest crowds. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon and your morning with us here on Fox Local and across all of the Fox digital platforms as we have been able to cover this significant event for you today. And we will have a comprehensive wrap of all of the day's events, not just here in North Texas, but around the country for that matter, coming up tonight on Fox 4 News at 9. For now, I'm Casey Stiegel. Thank you so much for being with us. Hope to see you tonight again for Fox 4 News at 9.
Major city in the United States. That does include the Motor City. Camille Amiri here joining me. Camille has been out there at the protest in Detroit. Camille, what have you been seeing today?
Well, Austin, the crowd was something to be seen. I mean, thousands and thousands of people. Take a look at some video. I think we've got chopper video from Skyfox to show you. This started out in Grand Circus Park, which is a large park in the center of downtown. They started out with speakers. Of course, they had their signs. And then they started marching up Woodward, which is a major